Good morning and welcome, everyone, to the opening call for Monday, October the 16th. It's Bring Your Friends to Topstep Week. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. We're going to miss Eddie this week, who's out for some well-deserved R&R this week. Eddie, hope you have a nice week off. You much deserved, but you're still in the right place for fellowship, education, and fun. So we have a very busy week of guests and power players planned for you. We've got Deanna during Fast Markets this morning, and I know she's a fan favorite. And we are also going to be seeing Tori trades for our power players segment. We're going to be looking forward to seeing Tori back here with us. And last but not least, we have Andre, who's joining us this week for the opening call, as well as talking shop this week. And Andre, how are you? What's going on? What's on your mind today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I was doing substitute teacher for you last week, and I'm doing substitute teacher for Eddie this week, so I really appreciate that. Eddie, like you said, has much deserved R&R this week, saving up that vocal cords and voice. I really appreciate you guys jumping in. What's on my mind this week? We got a big week. Heavy with news. Obviously, we got 18 FOMC speakers this week, starting today with a couple, I believe. We have huge earnings week, starting with a couple today, but the meat and potatoes of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Obviously, we have the conflict in Gaza that we're all keeping an eye on. I'm sure breaking news will come out from the Middle East as we progress through the week. And also as well, we got to keep an eye on yields as we approach the November 1st FOMC meeting. That'll also come into play as we saw last Friday, kind of leaked into the news and affected the markets I happen to trade in equities. So this is basically a general overview of what we're keeping an eye on. And here at TopstepTV, we're going to keep you informed and up to date with all the news as it breaks throughout the week. So that's kind of where we're at. We talked about it in the weekly kickoff email as well. We highlighted that, so hopefully you got a chance to review that. And as we dig deeper into the numbers and the charts, I'm sure we will gain greater clarity as this trading week progresses.
Well, I hope so. Clarity is always good, but we're always focusing on just trying to seek accurate context, which can be difficult. That's right. Always being good risk managers and remaining patient in our trading. As far as economic numbers today, it's a little bit thin. 7:30 this morning, the Empire State Manufacturing Index came out, relatively an impactful, a low impact number, I should say. At 9:30 today, we've got our first talking Fed of the week. Harker is due to speak. He's also due to speak today at 3:30 p.m. Central. But there's a lot going on the deeper we get into the week. Tuesday, retail sales at 7:30 Central, industrial production at 8:15 Central. We've got a couple of talking Feds Tuesday. There may be more. This is just on the schedule that I'm looking at, but we see Michelle Bowman speaking. We see business inventories, housing market index, and Barkin will be barking again tomorrow. Wednesday, of course, mortgage applications, housing starts and permits, EIA petroleum status report. More talking Feds, Waller, Williams, Bowman, 20-year bond auction on Wednesday. Beige book on Wednesday. That means it's 2 weeks to the FOMC meeting that Andre was just talking about. Then we have Harker speaking at the end of the day, and later in the session, after the close, Lisa Cook is due to speak. On Thursday, jobless claims, Philly Fed, existing home sales, misleading indicators, nat gas, and the big talking Fed this week, Mr. Powell, Chairman Powell, will be speaking at 11 a.m. Central, I should say, on Thursday, followed by a host of other talking Feds, Goolsbee, Barr, Bostic, Harker. Just a very busy middle of the week this week, right? Friday, we've got a couple of more talking heads, talking Feds, Harker and Meester, but not a lot of economic information due out on Friday. It is earnings season, so we're going to be seeing a lot more earnings coming up. Well, the big banks are starting pretty much tomorrow. It's a little bit thin so far this morning as far as earnings are concerned. We did see Schwab, who missed on revenues. Just a couple out this morning, a couple out this afternoon, but really things pick up tomorrow, and we'll take a look at those tomorrow morning before the session. So looking forward to a good session. and of course, as always, make sure everybody please pray for peace. And
definitely.
Anything else you got on your mind here, Andre?
No, just touching what you said. Banks usually kick off earnings season, kind of gives you insight into the health of financial sector, so to speak, and overall economy. So yeah, the banks will lead the way and kind of give us a guide forecast looking forward into the healthy economy. We'll see, where the banks are standing with where the current economic climate is. So keep it, like you said, keep an eye on that, and we trade lightly, trade nimbly, and we'll go from there.
Well, I'm usually a pretty slow starter on Monday. I had a pretty restful weekend.
Good.
Feeling relatively connected to the markets already this morning. But again, we're looking forward to having Michael with us, as well as Deanna for Fast Markets. We'll see what we can find. Shall we dive into the charts, Andre?
Let's do it. This is the good stuff, everybody. This is what everyone tunes in for.
Right. So E-mini S&P weekly. We talked recently about the fact that the market was leaving an area of balance up here into an area of space, and then possibly reaccepting into an area of balance down below. That has not happened. We've had two volatile weeks. Look at the long shadows or wicks on these weekly bars. Mm-hmm. A lot of indecision, a lot of uncertainty in the markets, which I don't think has really scared the markets into a risk-off type of situation here just yet. So we are, week before last low, relatively close to weekly kickoff low, 42.40. Mm-hmm. Last week's high expanded a little bit above that 4,400 from last week up to 4,419. Right. But it seems as though the market is kind of seeking balance between two previous areas of balance on the weekly chart. So instead of driving through an area of space, the market is finding comfort there in just waiting for new information. I firmly believe that the equities are just kind of on hold right now, waiting to see what happens around the world and with earnings season. So,
right.
That in mind, let's take a look at the daily chart. So we've got right now price relatively central between last week's high 44.30.50 and last week's low 42.99.50. Relatively middle. Market is seeking information. Mm-hmm. That's what that tells to me. I can't put an auction grade on this market because the auction is largely balanced. We've got our high, we've got our lower extreme, and we're somewhere in the middle. So it leads me to believe that we're probably more likely going to be in short time frame control. We did add some volume on the downside on Friday. We added open interest to the short side on Friday, but it doesn't tell us that the market is seeking direction at this time. So the auction is kind of I guess we could call it our little auctioneer. When you're in an auction and price stalls, the auctioneer doesn't close the auction right away. He panders. Oops.
Yep.
What did I do here?
So I like that analogy about the auctioneer. They pander.
I didn't hit anything here. I don't know what happened here.
It was the ES, correct?
Yes. We didn't get much of a chance to look at the 30-minute chart. What did I do here?
If you guys noticed out there, he started with the 1 week, and then he works his way to the daily, and then he starts zooming in on the 30 minutes. So he kind of takes a 30,000 foot view and kind of sees where we were and kind of narrows it down. This is the great technique that we use. Kind of gives you perspective as to where the market's been over last weeks, months, and we kind of dial it into where we're trading today. So we get closer. More detail, more clarity. Like you said, short time frame trades may be the play for the time being. And with that, we kind of hone in, and you'll notice that he'll be doing that with all the different charts. As you see on the chart right now, everything is in the 1 week time frame, and he will narrow down to daily. I think he was
down to the 30.
Down to the 30, and then here's your 30 right here. And then from there, do you even go shorter time frame than that, John?
Not usually, no. I mean, there's the lower the time frame, the more noise you get.
The more noise.
we're really just looking to kind of cover the overall context of the markets here.
Right.
And
Okay.
Andre, that was a wonderful job of pandering, by the way. That is exactly what an auctioneer will do when price stalls.
What did I do? Oh, you mean I filled? I'm getting good at this shit, John.
Yes, you are.
All right, back to you, Johnny.
All right. So here's the 30-minute chart. We had a double distribution trend day to the downside. Where are we? We're right in the middle of it. So we had a kind of a move up above here after that Empire Manufacturing index. But we're still range and we're still largely close to value. So as usual on Mondays, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to suggest everybody try and be patient. The one thing that I do find interesting in the profile from Friday is this pullback high here, that pullback high, 43.7650. I'm going to kind of look at that as somewhat pivotal. It's pretty close to the value area high from yesterday. If we were opening below it, that might be an interesting area for an execution because it allows me to limit risk. Opening above it gives me the same kind of an idea. We may just kind of fall into repair now because we've got some very low volume and single TPO area here. That level of low volume / single TPOs goes from the pullback high, 43.7650, all the way up to 43.84 even, 84 even, right about there. So if we open there, I'm going to look for the market to really try and find a high volume node higher and a high volume node lower. There's nothing happens and no bad news. Nobody says anything. I think there's a pretty high probability of that. So I'll probably let the initial balance, that first hour of trade establish itself and focus on those extremes for any opportunities. That said, the market loves to make a liar out of me, Andre.
I know. Nah, you've been pretty good so far. So your key levels in ES for the week are, I think you said 44.19 the upside, 42.40 the downside. I believe I was
42.40
ish.
Yes, those are the weekly kickoff levels.
Love it.
Thanks for pointing that out, Andre. Those weekly kickoff levels are really meant to point out levels that I believe are going to be really important in a longer time frame.
I mean, by golly, they were sure last week.
Adjust.
I'm sure Michael can attest to. They was pretty much damn spot on. So this is valuable stuff.
Yeah, he got a really nice trade off of a weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ last week, which was great to see. I got to watch that from Florida.
I like that.
Right. So here's the weekly in the NASDAQ. What's different here? Well, we've got the area of balance here that we see in the S&Ps, and we've got the area of balance here that we see in the S&Ps. The difference is we didn't get into the area of space between those areas of balance. We're still in the upper area of balance of the NASDAQ here. So the NASDAQ is performing better. We added 2,000 in open interest on an up day, but on lower volume. That doesn't scare me much. There's still a lot of indecision. These weekly bars, there's a lot of long shadows on both sides. So the market is looking for new information. Therefore, I believe going to be a more short time frame controlled inside the weekly kickoff range. Weekly kickoff low on the NASDAQ, 14,610. I believe that remains what it was last week. Yes. And 15,427, a little bit closer in than last week's 15,427. So that was that level that Michael found that good trade-off of last week. That previous level, 427.
Is it 427? That's still holding. You were still carrying that into this week too, as well, right?
Yeah. No, wait. 15,370 was the previous week's.
370. Okay, so it's higher. 427 is higher.
A little bit higher. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
cool.
I misspoke there.
No. Thanks for the clarification. 427. Hey, it's bright and early Monday. We got a lot of week left. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So let's go to the daily.
15,427. Got it.
All right. So the daily, we had an upside auction that didn't, I don't think, perform all that well to the upside. We had a pretty good pullback. Again, where is price? Centrally located between last week's high and low. This market is seeking new information. Without new information, we'll be depending on short time frame control. Short time frame levels are more likely to be respected. That's why we're kind of going over some of those. And of course, we'll keep an eye on those on those levels during fast markets. We see if we can't find some opportunity at some of these shorter time frame levels, barring news coming out, anything changing.
Right.
Which, right now, the probabilities are relatively high that something hopefully good is going to happen or is going to come out.
Right.
So here's the daily. Any other information I've got here on the daily? Yeah, again, auction grade is not available. The market is relatively range bound inside previous balance. 30-minute. All right, so a double distribution trend day. We had a distribution of volume here, a distribution of volume here. The market drove lower. Overnight inventory, if there is one, it might be just a little bit long, but in the NASDAQ, we're still inside value from Friday, value high up here, 210, value low down here, 070, we're in it. Market hasn't shown a change in the perception of value of the NASDAQ 100, so that tells me I need to try and be patient. Of course, the market does, like I said, Andre, love to make a liar out of me. The pullback high in the NASDAQ, 15,200, the space here between here and here, the low volume node that was put in between our distributions of time and volume, to close that out, we've got to get all the way up to 15,265. So the pullback high, the single TPOs, the low volume node here, might be a little bit difficult for us to get through. In the S&Ps, we're about to open in that area, which kind of sets off the repair possibility. NASDAQ a little bit different. It always is a little bit different. As far as the profiles are concerned, another double distribution trend day to the downside. And that pullback high, again, 15,200.75, 15,200.75. And then to close out the single TPOs, we've got to get up to 15,265. Value high, value low, last week's low, overnight high, all short time frame levels that could provide opportunity. But as Andre, we always say, ACH, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. All right, guys, 15,265, 15,265. Got it. All right, what's the next market?
Crude.
Oh, all eyes on crude.
So a big pullback 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was.
Where did it take us to? Well, all these highs. It never really reaccepted back in value. We saw the market pull back off those levels. Lots of speculation of higher pricing in crude oil, especially with the things that are going on in the Middle East. So, we're kind of in limbo here, I think. The market is, of course, always looking for new information. If you notice, this is the December contract. By the end of the day today, I fully expect the volume to be greater in December. So if I were to trade crude today, I would be trading the December contract. There's about a $1.20 discount. So you got to change your levels if you're going to change from the November to the December contract.
Got it.
And so weekly kickoff high, 87.50, 81 even weekly kickoff low. Pretty stiff V bottom that we're going to see better here on the daily chart. And then crazy. A pull off.
Spot on. That's crazy.
Right? So, this is more like a W bottom here, almost a W bottom on the daily chart, but still rejection at this area. Big up move on Friday, losing 2,800 in open interest. But how do you read that? Because it's rollover. The volume is split between the front month and the December month. Very difficult to read. So be looking more at technical and fundamental information probably this week than anything else.
Okay.
So daily, we're testing last week's high. I think last week's high is going to be relatively important for us to kind of keep track of, have a knowledge of, as I think it might be somewhat pivotal. Take a look at the 30, Andre. So we left a gap here Thursday to Friday. There is some weak structure down below. There's weak structure, of course, above but that's so long ago we can't really see all that much of it. The market has left a late spike at the end of the day. Now, those of you that know the late spike, it's a move late in the session that doesn't have time to show acceptance through time. The base of the late spike, just so you're aware of where it is, 86.11. 86.11. It's right about here. 86.11.
Got it.
Market testing right to it here.
It sure is.
So the basic rule for the late spike is if the market opens in or above the late spike, it's marking potential acceptance of higher pricing. So a move back to the base of the late spike offers potential opportunity for execution because it limits risk.
Yep.
Traded right down to it. It's pulled off of it. Is it going to hold or isn't it? The market opened out of balance, out of range. So it opened out of the range above the late spike. So the probability is higher that the market is going to accept higher pricing. That changes if we find acceptance inside value from Friday. Value high from Friday is 85.78.
78.
If we do accept, and it's a very subjective term and it's a very subjective trade or strategy, it's a tough one to do. But if we do accept back in range, back in value from Friday, that's the probability that price can go all the way back down to 84.30.
Damn.
At some point during the session. You watching this, we'll check it out again tomorrow morning.
All right.
See how this traded out. We'll be watching it, of course, throughout the trading day. And with Deanna with us, who's a crude trader, I'm interested to see if she finds some good opportunities in this. Now, let's quickly go to gold and take a look at what we've got here. So here's that weekly chart. V bottom, excess low. Big up move on Friday that put us where we are now. Where are we? We're back in range and in value, but there's a very important level, 1948, weekly kickoff high. If we can accept above that, I see this market continuing this move to the upside. Unfortunately, it's going to take further uncertainty in the world, I think, for that to happen. So something inside me is hoping that it doesn't. So take a look at the daily here. The rally on Friday was on really good volume, and we increased open interest of 6,100 contracts. Yep. That's money coming into the long side.
That's significant, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that's a pretty big jump for crude.
Cool.
So where did it take us? Well, we got last week's high. We've got weekly kickoff high. We've got the 50 session, the 100 session moving averages right here, as well as the 200 session moving average. This is kind of a high target area. Let's just call it that. There's
what price is that? Sorry, John. What price is that?
Well, the 100 and the 200 session moving average are coming in at. Hang on.
I got you. Okay.
1941 and 1939.
41.39. Gotcha.
Basically. So that's kind of important. The fact that last week's high is right there, weekly kickoff high is right there, and the 50 session is just below that. This is all kind of important information. Sure. This is a very, very information-packed area right here.
Yes, it is. Okay.
The 30. And we've had so much weak structure above. Now we're starting to leave weak structure below. Weak structure is unchecked points of control, little gaps, point of control. These are all areas that the market tends to trade back to. This move to the upside I'm viewing as relatively emotional, and you can certainly see that on Friday's action. There's a trend day to the upside, very toothy profile, opening inside that profile from Friday. There's a lot of emotion in this. If the emotion starts to wane, we may just go back and check all these high and low volume nodes up here. We've got a little bit of a higher volume node here at settlement 1941.50, and a high volume node down here with the point of control Where is that? 1926.20. So possible repair today in gold. Watch this important level up here. Last week's high, weekly kickoff high. All three moving averages are in play today. It's going to be an interesting trading day. Even if you're not trading gold, it might be a fun one to watch.
Absolutely.
Take your deep breath, traders. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Andre, thanks for joining me this morning. As always, it is a pleasure to have you with me, and we'll see you back here for
Talking shop.
I'll be talking shop.
Talking shop. Yeah, you guys go from there. Yeah, I'll bounce out of here. Let's get ready for this opening bell. We're gonna be trading this. Those levels are kick ass, and I'm guessing they're gonna probably hold. Yeah, so I'll see you guys in about an hour and a half here. Let's have a good trade.
Thanks, Andre. We're gonna take a couple of second break here, and we'll be back in time for Fast Markets. Good morning and welcome to Fast Markets. As you can see, we've got Deanna with us. Good morning, Deanna. And as always, we've got Michael Patak with us. Good to see everyone this morning.
What's happening? Who had a good weekend?
I did. Pretty quiet.
Yeah. Well, we get 2 minutes to the open. We don't have any of Eddie's sound effects today, where the horses are getting in the stall. I did wear this today because I knew he'd be out, so I put some horses on.
Oh, there you go.
That's great. Yeah, awesome.
Okay. Really quickly, John, I wanted to kind of, when it opens up here, get these levels going that I know a lot of people were talking about an opening call.
Sure.
I missed the last 15, 20 minutes of it. But yeah.
You got it.
I mean, the first 15 or 20 minutes. Sorry, not the last. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we had a double distribution trend day to the downside in the NASDAQ, right? So what I'm really looking at is, first off, on the daily, we're kind of looking at short time frame control until something changes. These markets are looking for new information. So that kind of means that opening in range and in value in the NASDAQ puts me a little bit patient. The pullback high we talked about, where is that? That pullback high, 15,200. 15,200 is an interesting level right up here, 15,200. We're kind of testing our overnight high already. We're going to see if we find some resistance at that 15,200 up to 15,209, which is value high from yesterday. anything above that, we start taking out single TPOs, and we may see the market move to the upper distribution, because that kind of puts us into a repair type of situation. So we have now just opened up. Ding, 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 ding. There's our sound effect for
Thanks, Deanna.
Obvious sound effect.
And so we're kind of close to that level. Again, this pullback high here, I think, is going to be somewhat decent opportunity, because again, it's close to value high. Now, this is a little different than the S&P. I'm pretty sure the S&P is closed above that level, but we got to figure out who's leading, I guess, today before we really find out what's going on. Our overnight high, I'm looking at, is right here, loosely 187.5. 187.5 is our overnight high. So there we go. Now we just took it out.
Just took it out. When you take out what was it? The overnight high? What'd you say it was?
Yes, the overnight high. When we take that out, that sometimes can give you an opportunity. I'm looking for the market to look above it and then to fail to hold above it.
There's nothing on tilt right now. Excuse me. The tilt is 60% long for the NASDAQ and 40% short, or 40% long for the S&P. So we're not getting any lead there. Deanna, your crude oil is 62% of the folks here with open positions are short.
Short, okay. Well, I do have some levels on crude oil. Hub, you said you're on the December contract, is that right?
Yes, right.
Okay, so I do have a level from the daily chart at 86.88, which was like a little speed bump on the way down. So what would make sense here is that we accept value, because the market actually opened above value, and now we are literally just teasing value high at 85.80.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is one of my orientation points. Value high can be a good reversal area, but not in this context.
Hold on 1 second, Deanna. I think we got bad audio. JD, are we okay?
And then reopen.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you in a minute.
Yep.
John, we're continuing to make new highs. We're on our highs on the S&P. We're on our highs on the NASDAQ.
Right.
Both of them are pushing up fairly the same level of.
The opening range so far is the low in both.
Are we okay? Is our mics okay?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Now here's D.
1 2 1 2. Any better?
1 2 1 2.
We'll find out in about 8 seconds. Hopefully you're going to be good.
Yeah.
Let us know that if Deanna sounds good, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no lean.
All good.
All good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There's no lean right now. 80 or 60% long NASDAQ and S&P. 70% short crude oil. Crude oil's getting some. Okay, so Deanna, if you're sounding good, let's do this. Crude oil.
Yeah, crude oil. So usually a value high area at 85.80 today can be a good reversal point. But today, because the market has actually hit a supply area on a daily, like a little speed bump, a value acceptance and a further move down would make more sense. So this is what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for the market to accept the value below 85.80, and then I might have my short position. There's still plenty of space when it comes to the daily ranges. We actually have about 117 ticks lower before any kind of daily range is exhausted. So there's some opportunity there.
There's some space there.
Yeah, definite space. Lots of space for a very nice move down. Now, it is Monday. Mondays can be a little bit strange, though. So I'm going to stay open to any sort of a hypothesis here. But purely because of that supply and because of that reaction that we've already had, a value acceptance for me would be the most logical step. If that fails, and if we don't get the value acceptance and the market maybe pops the initial balance to the downside and then moves back to the initial balance to close inside it, then we might have another long. But that one doesn't have as much profit margin. That one maybe has about 70 ticks in it, maybe even less.
All right, D. Opening range is the dead ass high in D's crude oil. we're testing to back inside value from Friday. You mentioned if it accepts back inside value from Friday, what would tell you that the market is likely to have re-accepted value?
To me, I like to see usually a C period going below the value high and then accepting it. Whenever I get an early value acceptance, I always doubt that because it's always nice to see the market spending some time inside value before it rotates through it.
So you want to see it happen after the initial balance?
Absolutely, yeah. It's very unreliable. For the initial balance, I did my statistical test and I've been staring at this market for over 10 years now, doing the same thing over and over. And whenever I got involved in value acceptance trades during the initial balance, they are notoriously unreliable. So again, I'm going to stay true to my style of trading, which is to avoid trading for the initial balance. That's something I do all the time. I'm not a huge fan of trading during the initial balance, although you guys do it.
Right.
A little bit. Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but for me, that's never really worked that well. So I just sit and wait. I kind of try and get my orientation points on the chart. I try to come up with a few hypos, and then I just observe and I go if else conditional logic. If this happens, then I do that. Anything else? Well, we have to reassess and see whether there's maybe an opportunity to the opposite side.
All right. Thank you. We'll certainly, keep an eye on that. And Deanna, if you want to go back and look at any time, if you're, thinking about an execution or you're noticing something that you're going to react to, make sure you let us know. We'll toggle back to crude oil once in a while here.
John, speaking of react, it didn't react to that 200s, 15-200. It reacted to it by flying right.
No, it ran right through it.
Right through it.
Yeah, but when I told her that the opening range is the low of the day, that probably should have said, all right, now we just need to be careful if we're going to be looking for shorts. Whenever the opening range is the high or the low in the equities, I try and trade to that direction.
This rally is incredible.
Yeah.
It's a strong push, yeah.
Yes, it's very strong. It's coming up to the 200, sorry, the 100. It's already at the 100 period moving average on the 30-minute. Excuse me, on the NASDAQ and at the 200 period moving on the S&P 30-minute. So you got both 30-minute charts that I'm looking at.
Uh-huh.
And JD, you can share and have my box, P&L box and whatnot framed up when you want to at some point. I'm not doing anything yet, but.
You haven't done anything yet? Okay.
Nah.
On NASDAQ, I do have the fixed daily range that just got hit. So that's 152.60, 61. So that can be a high probability reversal point as well.
Okay, cool.
So let's see how the initial balance in NASDAQ behaves around that level. I'm a little bit still battling my cold, so if I'm a little bit croaky again, sorry guys. So there's going to be a lot of coughing and stuff, maybe.
Well, I mean, I love listening to you speak, even if you have a cold. I was thinking maybe we should have a Deanna day. We should all talk with an English accent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes.
This country kid's going to have a hard time on that one.
Just pronounce your T's and you'll be fine.
And then I have to give you a little twang in your voice if you're going to work my direction.
You know what? When I came back from the States, I actually had a twang. Because I'm a musician, I just pick up accents wherever I am. Uh-huh. So when I came back, I usually say demand level and supply, and then I came back and I was like demand level, and my husband was like, "What is going on there?"
The demand level.
The demand level.
Now forever, I'm going to say demand level. It just sounds nicer. Demand level. Demand level.
Demand level. Yes.
So, opening range low of the day in the NASDAQ. The 200 level here did not do anything. But it did, however, kind of leave a low volume node below it. So a pullback to this 200 level, if you're looking for a pullback to get into a potential long limits risk.
I had a quick idea that I got out of right away, which is I was liking the 58s up here because of look at the 100 and the 200. I'm like, okay, after this big rally, if it did want to do a pause, I should get short up here. But then that was my only two reasons. There was nothing really else backing it up, and I got quickly out of that trade. So sold 58s, covered 58s pretty much, and it sold off.
But you also had Deanna's level, that 261 level that she was looking at.
Yeah, the fixed daily range. Yeah.
Fixed daily range.
Yeah, so that was right there too. And I didn't have that written down, Deanna.
Well, you didn't ask. You didn't ask.
I know. That's why the team trading here, we as in me, have to be a little bit more communicative on what I need help with.
Yes, you just have to ask.
I just have to ask.
You have to ask. Yes, you have to ask.
Okay, cool. We have a fun-filled day today, too. It's pretty exciting. Eddie is our man that brings in all the cool sounds and his great commentary and updates on us on all the stuff that's going on today. I know he's had the card in here on what's going on today. If we want to put that back in here so folks can see who we have on. Tori Trades is going to be with us. Of course, we have our tap on the shoulder with Mick and the risk management team. Of course, we have Talking Shop with Andre. I know he was on opening call today. It's very exciting. We have a quiz, and we have group coaching with John Hoagland. This is the best group coaching of the week, everybody. Tune in.
Actually, Wednesdays will be the best. Because Wednesday, with all the questions about value areas and points of control and profile and volume profile and market profile, I'm going to go for a straight hour and just talk about the vocabulary, the tools, what they are, what they mean, some of the nuances that are available in the market profiles, the volume profiles, how I look at certain things. So Wednesday's group coaching is going to be a plethora of volume information, so we can get everybody kind of up to speed to that. Today is going to be more answering questions. I've got some emailed in questions. Usually I get those from Fred Decker, and they're always really good questions, but looking forward to seeing everybody there at noon right after Tori Trades. And Michael, it's Bring a Friend to Topstep week.
I was just going to mention that. I know you two are my friends, so I already brought you guys. But if you are out there and you have a friend, you were raking leaves over the weekend in your front yard, and he was as well, or she was as well, or whomever was as well, and you said, hey, check out TopstepTV, you'll be rewarded this week for that. So bring a friend, and you will both get something for free. Very nice something for free. So both of you. So bring your friend, knock on their door, give them a text, call them up right now, wake them up, tell them to tune in.
Yes, and
can I bring one of my dogs?
Yeah, well, you got 8 dogs, so that's going to be a lot of all get something for free. You get 8 things for free.
As long as they get biscuits and treats, they're cool. They're cheap.
That's all you need with dogs.
That's all you need, yeah. Some food and some walkies. That's all you need.
We're getting a little heavy short on the NASDAQ, 70% short. S&P is 60% short.
Okay. Low volume node in the NASDAQ, 15,214.
So whenever I see these levels, I always ask myself, is this a sustained reaction or not? Because you're always going to have these knee-jerk reactions from very important levels. But the most important thing that we want to see is whether it's actually sustained or not. So it's all right to have a level and to have a little bit of a reaction, but then we observe. And that's how I make my decisions on whether to stay in something or not.
Yeah, the 14s didn't hold up. That was a ripper right through. Got stopped out of my first trade today. I was looking for a pullback too because I thought we'd have a continuation. I thought it'd be kind of selling dips. Started off putting the toe in the water on selling dips. That one happened very, very quickly.
Selling rips.
Yeah, selling dips.
Sorry, buying dips. Jeez.
Buying dips. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the next low volume node is 15,187. Opening range high 15,183.
Oh, that's 187. Yeah, that was low.
S&Ps are back to the opening range. If that takes it out, I wouldn't be buying NASDAQ.
Man, that's a big flip. Took that rally out of the gate and said, "No way, Jose."
No way, Ozzy.
Nasdaq opened inside the value area from Friday.
See, I got to take this. I'm going to try a long.
What do you look at?
Long. I am long. I'm gonna go 6 points the other side of the low of the opening range. Let's go 76.50 for the stop. So we're long. The market came back to the opening range. It remains the low of the day.
Which the opening range in the S&P? What was that one?
That's the low of the opening range in the S&P is 43.77.75, 43.77 and 3/4. High of the opening range, 43.80.75. So it's not a very big opening range.
43.77 what? 75? 75.
The low of it, 77.75, correct. Now, the NASDAQ didn't get into the opening range. It stopped at the low volume node above the opening range. So it's already kind of moving away from that. We have negative delta in the S&Ps, positive delta in the NASDAQ. Pretty decent bounce. We're long at 80/4. We're long at 80/4, not 76.5. That's the low of the opening range.
And what would be your target there, John?
Oh, now that's the hard part, D. We found I think a short time frame demand area.
Come on. Good luck trying that all week long.
I know, right? And we've got. Hey, what am I looking for here? I don't know. Let me take a look here. Let me get to my magic charts here. We got an anomaly on the market profile up at 43.94. 43.94. So I'm going to go ahead and put a target at 92. Always a little bit short of where I think it's going to go. Now, whenever I put in a target like this, the market runs away from it. But we're going to see what happens. I'm fine with the risk on this. There's reason. It's part of the strategy. It's part of the process. We'll see what happens.
Let me just have a look at some of my levels on ES. So I do have a supply area at 43.93.
Okay.
So that could be a good area to get out. So that's below. That's just above your target anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So a little pop to the upside, and then outside of the initial balance, and then that'll be your trade. So let's see what happens.
A little pop to the upside would be good.
I'm not seeing much right now.
Well, it is Monday, and
it is Monday.
Yeah, it is.
Take our
No
time.
reason. We'll repeat this every Monday till I stop trading, and then I'll repeat it to every trader that I talk to that is trading. Now, watch yourselves on Mondays. Mondays are always, I don't know, it's out of the gate. Market's just open. It's the start of the week, and sometimes traders can either be a little not in tune, a little groggy, not sharp, or just the whole fact that there's a ton of opportunity the rest of the week. To stay patient, sit on your hands, high probability trades. I know I'm looking for a high probability trade now. Better trade location.
You had a good week last week.
I did some DAX trading this morning, so I only took $358 there. So very, very slow. Yeah.
Hey, there's 150 lot down here at the 85 evens. If it comes back down here, 15,185 even. NASDAQ, 15,185 even. Huge. Right there. Switch it over to my screen. Or maybe.
No, it's on your screen.
It just filled it. Well, I don't know if they filled it or yanked it. Hey, John, what level is down here? You had the 87s?
Well, the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ, 168.
Below the opening range, 168. Okay. I'm going to take this one very quickly. I'm long right now from 187. 15187. What was your 187 numbers yesterday? Or geez, yesterday? That's how off I am right now. Wow. If this ain't comes, retest that phone.
Going back to the S&P.
So far, crude seems to be following ES. So it's actually bouncing from value high.
Okay. No acceptance, in other words.
No acceptance yet. No.
No.
And again, this is why alternative hypos are there. So if that remains, I would still like to see at least a bit more of a deeper test of the value before the market returns back to that first hour trading range.
Agreed. Yes, we.
I covered that one, JD.
So your nice trade.
87s and got out at 02s. It's trading 03s.
Good.
I just want to get a little bit of see how warm the water is or not,
A
John.
little bit of cushion.
Little.
So, Deanna, when I first learned of we called it the 80% play. I think it's more like a 65% play.
It is, yeah. Maybe it was 80% where back in the day. I don't know.
Back in the day, right? Before everybody knew about it.
Yeah.
Really quickly, John, those are asking about tilt. I'll let you guys know when it hits 70% on any of them, either side bias. So then I don't have to just update you. Right now it's 50-50. So
Awesome. Thank you. So when I first learned about it, we needed, or our goal was to find acceptance back inside value was to have 2 30-minute bars close inside of it.
Yeah.
After opening outside of the range.
Yeah, I modified that a little bit because I kept waiting for that and then I missed a whole bunch of them. So I modified it to only need one 30-minute close inside value, and that's enough. But it has to be at the right time of day.
It has to be after the initial balance.
It has to be after the initial balance for crude oil. It also has to be ideally in the first 3 hours of NYMEX. Anything later than that, and the probability of the value rotating all the way through massively drops.
Right.
Hey, Deanna and Johnny Hoagland, what is meant? Burton wants to know what is meant by initial balance.
It is the first hour of trading range. So whichever exchange you might be looking at, I'm looking at crude oil. And back in the day, you had these open outcry pits. You might have heard of them. So the open outcry ran at a particular time of day at very set hours, which were referred to as the regular trading hours. Yep. Well, the first regular trading hour of that period, that's referred to as the initial balance. So any exchange that you might be looking at, you might have ES and NQ, they trade on NYSE. That's obviously now going through the first half an hour. So you would get another half hour after that before you have the finished initial balance in those products. But because crude oil opens slightly earlier than that, you actually have the initial balance is going to finish in about 7 minutes. And then we're going to see what happens. How do you use the initial balance? Well, it's all very well to know that there is an initial balance, but I like to use the edges of the initial balance as my orientation points and to determine how successful or unsuccessful the auction actually is. Is that fair to say, John?
I couldn't have said it better.
Okay, so
that's all it is.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better.
So after you understand the initial balance, then just to help everybody, that was kind of what's the next thing that you want to do when you know that okay, the initial balance first hour trading. What are you thinking as a trader on
focusing on, as Deanna said, the extremes?
Yeah. Okay. So you want to see what happens at the edges of the initial balance. If the initial balance gets extended, there's two things that can happen. Either the move is going to come out of the initial balance and stay outside of it, or it's going to come back inside it. And if it stays outside of it, you have a higher chance of a trend occurring. If it goes back inside it, you can then say that the move was unsuccessful, and you can look for a move all the way back through the initial balance and maybe then some as well.
So the initial balance gets formed in the first hour, and then after that, you're looking for extensions past it, right?
Yeah, correct.
And
yeah.
if it extends past it to let's just say that on the downside, then you're looking for it to do what to then confirm?
To close a 30-minute period outside of the initial balance, and then if that happens, you basically can run a trade down. I mean, it's an oversimplification of everything that can happen, obviously, but it is a much better way to deem whether the move is good or not than to kind of go, oh, I'm just guessing here. So to me, it's always been much easier to just read what's going on. This is the power of market profile, where you don't have to guess. You just have to read the market, stay objective, and just trade based on the orientation levels. There are other orientation levels that I use that are not necessarily a part of market profile. And one of the great things about market profile is that it's very malleable to whatever you might be using at the moment. So you can use, I know Michael uses the moving averages. That's very good. I mean, you can match that with profile as well.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
And then that's why I match it with Johnny. So I have this instead of calling it market profile, I call it John Hoagland. I missed my indicator a bit of early last week, but I was making do, John. I had the chat room, and we're all team trading here. Everybody here. There's almost 2,000 people here, helping out. So they all helped out last week with initial balances, with all that kind of good point of controls, all that kind of good stuff. So it was good. So, John, really quickly, NASDAQ point of control.
So NASDAQ volume point of control is right where we were, 214.
Yeah, that's the one it ripped through. Okay.
Oh, no, that's the TPO point of control. I'm sorry. Volume is 200. Guess where? There's that number again, 200.
200. Remember I said there's that 150 lot down there at the 185s? It filled that and then literally jumped. It
did get filled, huh?
Oh, yeah. 25 points, 25 handles after getting – I don't know if they got filled for sure. You know, the NASDAQ runs so hot or fast or whatever you want to call it. It was there. It was there very close to the last, what was trading out.
You would have to have time and sales up there to see that.
We would have to have time of sales to see that one. But that one person said, I don't know if it was one person, but it was like 150. Like you see, it's like 4 up, 3 up, 10 up. And when I say 10 up, there's like 3 lots on the bid, 5 lots on the offer, 3 lots on this is NASDAQ. So when you see like a 150 show up there and you have depth of market, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, you can see if it actually gets filled or if they pull it.
Uh-huh. So today we might be having fire drill today. I don't know. We got to get the likes up anyway.
Well, our goal this week for the fire drills is it's bring your friends to Topstep. Uh-huh. We want to see 35,000 subscribers. Definitely hit the likes, but we want 35,000 subscribers.
Really quickly, John, we're only like 1,500 away from there. That's 1,300. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it would be nice to get an added 35,000 subscribers this week.
Yeah, well, we'll get a lot of Tori's people in here for power players, and we'll see if we can do it.
Yep, let's see if we can do it. So tune in today. It'll be fun. Tune in every day this week. Bring a friend. And even if your friend doesn't know how to trade, then they'll still get something that'll get them into Topstep and be able to trade. If that's a little hint at what they're going to get for free.
And it's a safe place.
Yes. And then maybe, and probably, and most likely, you'll get the same thing if you bring your friend. So, got to have a friend that signs up.
It's always good to have friends.
It's always good to have friends. I played golf with some friends yesterday, and it was the last day of the season.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, they shut it down pretty quickly here.
So we had
our tee time got kicked because it was frost. So I think that's kind of why.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you got snow last week, so.
Oh yeah, all the tips are white cap now.
Yeah, London took a deep dive into winter. It was pretty hot like 3 days ago. I was walking my dogs without a jacket, and now it's absolutely freezing. In 2 days, it dropped like so quickly. It's insane.
Like
I don't know what's going on. Not quite.
Yeah, it's not quite like Chicago, right? Have you been to Chicago, right?
Yeah. My first apprenticeship was there. So
Okay.
I actually ran away, ran back to London as soon as the winter started.
So D, you're getting C period starting below value high.
I'm looking. Yeah.
Did we have a number come out?
Demand or supply?
The market's got a little whippy. Do we have a number that came out? Because that was usually Eddie. Okay, good. Usually Eddie does a hell of a job keeping us up to date.
No, Empire State Manufacturing Index. We have Harker speaking at 9:30, one of the talking Feds.
I always, when you say that, talking Feds, I always think talking heads.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Isn't anybody that's on a anything that talks
Talking heads, right? But I just thought I'd add a little bit and say talking Feds because that's who they are.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you guys remember, but there was an old British sitcom with like puppets and stuff, and it was called, I think, Spitting Image or something. It was a long time ago. It was like in the 80s.
Spitting? No, I don't know it.
Wait,
Yeah, they were making fun of politicians and stuff. So it was really funny. Yeah, really funny.
They were used in a Phil Collins music video.
That's right. They were. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Nobody was safe from Spitting Image producers.
Nobody.
50-50 in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Nothing. Quiet. Out of the gate.
See, we're developing a negative delta in the S&Ps. We're negative 2,400, and we haven't taken out the low of the day.
Yeah. We haven't taken out the low. Well, hold on. That's right.
So that is an implication of perhaps a potential longer time frame speculator or participant in the marketplace placing bids and letting the short time frame traders hit them with market orders.
The 150
supporting
lot,
the market.
the 150 lot could have been sort of one.
Yeah.
That's I haven't seen a 150 lot on the bid.
Yeah.
I could have gotten filled, but I don't know if they did down to the 85s. 185, 15 185s.
Yeah, so we may have some support here. My British accent is going to be really bad, but
yeah, John,
you have to keep practicing.
God, you are annoying the hell out of me with that right
now. I hope I'm not annoying everybody, but I'm having fun with it.
I think it's quite funny. Yeah.
just you trying gives a little chuckle in there.
Well, then I'll just go all Texas for you.
Oh wow, yeah. See, I'm country. I'm Nebraska. We ain't Texas. That's South.
I mean, I could go all Eastern European on you.
Oh wow, what does that sound like, Deanna?
Usually, it sounds like your Dracula younger sister.
I like this game.
Oh,
wow,
Dracula.
Okay. I'll get my. I'll. John, you got to keep some of your. Actually, John, just go to your Chicago accent. You got
all
that.
right. Yeah, if you want to get to the north side from downtown, you take the outer drive, get off at Hollywood.
You get 2 or 3 of those, and you run them through the garden.
2 or 3 of those.
You order a hot dog in Chicago, and if you go to the guy, just what do you want on it? Hell, just run it through the garden. That means like everything. It's like put everything on it. Everything you got in that tray, all your garden thing in front of you, put it all on there.
But whatever you do, don't say ketchup.
Don't say ketchup. I say ketchup. Yeah, I know.
Why?
I know.
The Chicago hot dog would never have ketchup on it.
It's a dumb thing. I've been in Chicago 18 years. I order ketchup every time. Like, we don't do ketchup here. I'm like, okay. Well, do you have any packets for my fries? I haven't got into the mayo on fries, but I could though. Deanna, is that a?
Yeah. I mean, you can get mayo here. Usually, you get garlic mayo on this side of the pond. Yeah, but with fries. Over here, most people have like vinegar and salt. That's a very British thing.
Malt vinegar, right?
Yeah, malt vinegar and salt. Yeah.
Nice. Hey, Sean, great job passing your 150 today. Nice job.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Congrats.
Yeah. Who passed last week? Anybody tuning in right now that passed last week? That would be great to hear.
Anybody who passes, let us know. It makes us happy.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop in a short in crude oil.
All right, here comes the chart.
All right. I'm trying to short at 85.55.
Right here. Okay.
I passed this week. I passed 50K last week. I lost my account last week. That's fine. That's fine. Everybody has a bad trading day. If you lost your account last week, hopefully you're tuning in last week. We gave away like, I don't know, 3, 6, 9, 12, like 20,000 resets to folks here and possibly the friends. This week we're going to be, you're going to be earning, getting a free trading combine, your friend is, and possibly, most likely you, if you bring your friend. So you got to bring a friend though. So get on your Rolodex or your contact list or whatever they're calling it nowadays and hit up everybody. Put them to the link to TopstepTV. Have them tune in. I know you guys got group friend chat, group text. Put the link to TopstepTV, and we see that number. Get past 3,000 views. We know you guys are doing something. If it gets past 4,000 views, we know you guys are doing something. Viewers at one time. That means you guys are bringing all your friends, telling them up, call them up, text them up. What else are they doing right now?
Yeah, bring them in.
Yeah.
A lot of folks talking about being, succeeding in the trading combine. If you haven't succeeded in the trading combine, it doesn't mean you won't.
Yeah.
And in fact, not succeeding can show you what you need to work on. If you just pass it, it's like, great, everything worked out. But to me, it's always more valuable to see where the trader is going wrong than the things that they are doing right. So by failing a combine, you can go back and see what didn't work and then work on that.
If you're patient, if you're patient enough to go back, Deanna, that's a big thing. I see a lot of younger traders, they just go to the next one. Oh, I want to be right. I want to catch that trade. I want to get back in.
Yeah, the TikTok traders. Yeah, I call them the TikTok traders.
Yeah, the ones that have been trading for about 36 minutes.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, not profitable. How long have you been trading? 3 months.
Uh-huh. Right. Or God forbid they have one huge winner and then they're God's gift to trading man.
Yeah, they're starting a hedge fund immediately.
DM me, I'm starting a hedge fund.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so I'm probably not going to keep this short crude for that long because it's still early and it's Monday. So I want to get a little bit of a buffer trade first before I commit any more capital to this.
Maybe I should have done that with this S&P trade. Back to break even here.
How's your trade looking, Johnny? Everything that got you into that trade says you should stand it.
It's still valid, but it's back to break even. It's back to entry, so we'll see.
Yeah, just relaxed,
Deanna, you have a position on right now, right?
I do. Yeah, crude oil, 85.55 short.
We'll watch that here. 85.55. You're pretty much at entry.
Again, C period can get a little bit jumpy. So we'll see.
I don't see it. Okay. Yeah, Jack, I don't see the positions on
What's your risk on that trade?
I'm always using 35 ticks on crude oil these
35
days.
ticks. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that takes you outside of value, right?
Yeah. Because if we migrate all the way back outside of value, that's not going to be value acceptance, which goes against my idea. So I'm going to cut it
right.
Early.
Yeah, and we're only in C period here, so.
Yeah, it's very early.
All right, we're 39 minutes into the open. You had a big rally, and I'm going NASDAQ commentary here. Big rally out of the gate in the open. It broke overnight highs many times, ripped through moving averages all the way up to the 100 period 30 minute.
Right
here. This is all morning. Boom, 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 boom. We had a big pullback, and now we've kind of firmed up still staying firm. So buying dips. I was way early on the first one, way early.
So
second one, I got it in a good position. I just took it off early because I wanted to get my P&L back to around scratch. Gets my out of the gate. There'll be plenty of opportunities this week.
Well, Michael, we had a question that asked why I didn't move my stop to break even, because I would have just been stopped out.
Yeah.
And now the trade's continuing in my direction. So I'd have to.
I'm not a huge fan of moving stops to break even unless it's like a real part of a strategy. Just randomly moving them to break even to protect the capital, that's false economy to me.
It's still a valid level.
Yeah, exactly. There is a reason why you put your stops where you put them, right? Otherwise, they will go elsewhere.
Right. This is one of the most. I mean, the question I got to ask most as a performance coach or, in trading is, the trade goes my way. I put my stop at break even +1 to pay for the trade. It always seems like the market comes and hits that stop, and then I miss the trade. What do I do? Stop moving your stop.
Exactly. Stop moving your stop. Yeah, that's exactly my response, because I have traders as well who are like, I always move my stop to break even and I'm never in, and yet it goes my way. And I'm like, well, how often does that happen? It's like, all the time. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe you should use that as a strategy. So return to your entry is the norm then, isn't it? And they're like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, yeah, so leave your stop where it is. If your stop loss and the amount of money that you're risking on that trade is not enormous, it's within reason, it shouldn't bother you. So just leave it alone. Over managing a trade usually tends to cause more trouble than just leaving it alone.
I'm a horrible over manager. And I'm a professional procrastinator.
I've probably been known to micromanage. I'm sure anybody at Topstep's listened right now. I'm just very particular, if you want to call it that.
I'm taking my 10% rule, and we just made $550 on that trade.
There you go, Johnny. Nice little chipper out of the gate on a Monday morning.
So my 10% rule is anytime price gets within 10% of a profit target, I'm allowed to take it a little bit short of that and still call it a full profit target hit.
I have a similar rule.
I think that
anything 75 to 90% to the target, and it's there. Because at that point, your risk is actually negative, because you're risking all of this to chase like a little bit more. And if your profit targets are statistically viable, meaning you're not messing around with 1-to-1s and 0.5s like all the time.
Right.
If you're aiming for 2R, 1.5R, a few ticks here and there is not going to make that much difference.
What's a couple of ticks among friends, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This entire time that, John, you've had your position on, and I can't, not for you, Deanna, because it's 75% short, but everything else has been 50-50 on the NASDAQ and the S&P on everybody who has an open position here at Topstep during the last, Johnny put yours on, 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
I'm closing my crude.
Closing your crude.
Yeah.
We're
minus 20 ticks, because I don't want to go see it,
You don't like it.
all the way to my, it's Monday. I don't want a -1 off today.
Yes, I like your Monday thinking.
So we were talking about the E-mini S&Ps. It came all the way back down to the start, to the entry of my trade. If I moved my stop there, I would have been stopped out, and I would have been watching it and not just had the profit that I just took. Why did I not take it? Because we had negative delta, and we had the low of the day, the opening range. When we just took that pop up to 92, the delta went back to 0. So we had short time frame traders capitulate on that push to the upside. We ran all their stops. They flattened out. Now they're getting short again. This thing's going to keep going higher.
It is showing that thus far all morning long. So when when you're in a trade and it's going your way, John, why take it off? Because we had that. Did you answer that right there? Will asked that question.
What was it?
If it's going your way, I mean, like, why would you take it off?
So I was looking at the high volume node for the upper distribution was at 94. D was talking about her average daily range, right?
Yeah.
Being 94. So I put the offer in two points below that.
There's a daily supply around that area.
Daily supply. Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's right.
I love it. You're correcting John. The professor gets professed.
I just didn't remember that it was that. It was off a daily
because I was talking in NASDAQ. I was talking about the fixed daily range. So we had a fixed daily range there, but in ES we had a daily supply. Yeah.
Keep going, John. That was good.
See, now this is what happens when when the student becomes the master.
There you go. There you go.
I just like to be exact.
If I told everybody that doesn't know Deanna the accomplishments that she's made through her life, you'd understand why I call her an underachiever.
There you go.
She has done more in her short 21 years than most people do in their whole life.
Oh, Deanna, when did you start working with John?
With John, what was it? I think 2016, was it?
Oh, was it
2016? Yeah.
Market Profile Strategy Lab.
That's right. Yeah.
Nice.
And then before then, I did an apprenticeship, so they introduced us to the volume profile. So I was already using parts of it, which is actually how I found you guys, because I was looking for a remote prop firm. And then I saw that John was doing these sessions, and I'm like, actually, I would love to pick his brain. Yeah. And pick his brain I did. I think John remembers me as somebody who always asks so many questions.
Right. And then when we were looking
so fun.
What's that, Johnny?
Deanna was so fun to have in that because she asked every question, and because she did that, everybody else benefited from the questions that she was asking.
That's why we created TopstepTV. And Tori, I see you here. Hey, Tori, what's happening?
Hi, Tori.
Excited to have you on. Deanna and Hope, you guys have been working together back in 2016. So I don't know, John, when did you talked about TopstepTV? Like, we should do TopstepTV. We used to do like Squawk Radio, and they're like, why is it important to us to put a huge investment into TopstepTV, high production, huge team, all that kind of stuff? We don't make money from this. We actually give away. Last week we gave away like $1 million worth of like resets. So we do this because when you all start working together, whether you're a fly on the wall, just sitting here listening, or you're in chat engaging, or you're asking questions. Deanna, that's what you did with or Hope, that's what you said Deanna did, was ask questions and get people. That helps the entire community. That's why TopstepTV is so important. We call it tradertainment, certified tradertainment. It's kind of like a fun little, because good trading is like watching paint dry. I think John's trade took forever to play out. There's a lot of, quiet time there. And it's best to get talking to other traders, and it's best to have a conversation with your trading buddy. And Deanna and Hogue clearly are trading buddies for the last 7 years.
Thunder buddies for life.
Yeah. You guys never met in person?
No.
Never. There was that 1 year when you guys were doing like a get together or something, and I was supposed to go. But then I think I couldn't find anybody to mind my dogs, because I had 2 dogs at that point.
Now you have 8.
So I was like, now I have 8. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, even then it was difficult to find somebody to mind them. And I do have my husband, but he was going to come with me. So
yes,
like, never mind, next time. And then somehow it never happened. So yeah, hopefully one day, John.
I'm planning on getting over to Europe in the next 2 years, maybe 3 years, and I'm not going over there until I get to come babysit your dogs.
Absolutely.
We'll put a Trader Expo together over there. I know we're looking at doing one right now, and we're talking about doing one right now in Vegas. And I thought Vegas would be great because Not because it's like, oh, we're all gamblers and degenerates and we just need to put more on. No, because they have
Double
convention.
down.
Yeah, they have convention. They like set it up. I mean, the whole thing is like talk to one person. Like we got this, and this, and it's like piece of cake. So we're looking into that. Nothing for sure, but would you guys? How about in here? I need a poll in here. Would you guys go to a Trader Futures Expo or Futures Trader Expo? It's just going to be Futures Traders. We're not doing the FX traders sitting on Lamborghini. There'll be no Lamborghinis there. I promise you that. Get those out of the valet parking lot. Out of here.
I had that. Yeah, I had that for a long time on my YouTube channel. No Lambos, no nonsense.
No, yeah. I mean, it looks like they sell drugs at these FX conventions. Would you go to a Futures Trader Expo hosted by Topstep? I just put my thing in there. If it was in Vegas. If it was in Vegas. So
the Rooster will be there. A lot of folks saying yeah.
Okay, cool.
A lot of folks saying yeah. 90% so far.
Yeah, some of these Trader Expo that I've been to, the New York one, I don't know. They're okay. I don't know. I think it'd be like, I think Topstep could put one on that's like really like, you're not pumping anything. You're just with other traders, but you're gonna have like different things. Like Deanna, you probably talk. Some of our power players would get up there and talk, and that come on here, and that we're partnered up with, and things like that. And then we try to get like other like big names too out there, and I think it'd be really cool to do this. Again, it's going to be another investment.
It would be kind of like one of those sci-fi conventions, but for traders.
Comic-Con.
Yeah. But for traders, yeah. If you do it well, the ones that they do right now, and I hope I don't get people upset at me, but I just don't like them. I've been.
They're very salesy. Very salesy.
Yeah, they're salesy. It's like, So if you can do it I don't know how. I think there's a way that we can figure out how to do it. Because I've done them so many times that I'm like, this sucks. But that thing that they did there is cool. Okay, maybe we take a bit of that. And then we're going to find out probably more on how we do this. But we had, let me see, what's it, 500 people so far? 83% said they would go. 83 is a good enough number. That is way more.
Oh, heck yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. On the tilt, it feels 83 right now. I'd say, hey, guys, everybody's leaning one direction. They have a bias.
All right, so just talking through the crude oil development. So it is dropping further. However, it did go eerily close to where I had my stop. So I'm happy that I jumped out of that. Now I'm going to wait for another 7 minutes for this period to end, because at the moment, since the market didn't do what I wanted it to do initially, I now need to see where the C period ends. So if it ends too far outside of the initial balance, that calls for some kind of a pullback, because the larger the move, the higher the chance of a pullback. So again, I'm not one to chase trades. I like to sit and wait for the price to come to my levels, and I always have a level. So even if I miss this, I still have other levels lower down. There is a demand and also an average range exhaustion, somewhere around 84.50. But if I manage to get a test of at least 85.40, that would be an acceptable attempt for me to enter again, but only once I see where the C period actually will end.
Okay, so you got a few minutes to wait potentially for that.
Exactly. So slow and steady, not chasing, no impulsivity, none of that, it's moving, I must get in sort of thing.
Right.
So we have to sit, use the orientation points, see what happens, reassess, keep assessing, and then we're going to see whether there is another opportunity there or not.
So important to just let the market come to you instead of you going to the market, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you consider, after, let's say, C closes right here, if it gets past your initial pullback part, would you look for an opportunity at value high to look for that short?
At this point, my orientation area is actually all the way from 85.54, which is the edge of initial balance, and 86.10. So as long as the market doesn't go higher than that,
You're looking
I
for
want to
shorts.
try another short. Yeah, but if this move ends up in the C period, if the move ends up being very large, that's not going to be a good area. It's going to be too high up. So I will be expecting too much of a pullback to get to that level. So again, you need something in between. Usually that can be in the form of a very low time frame supply. So I might drop down to a 2-minute chart to look for something. So yeah, let's actually have a little look what that.
Hey guys, why don't we bring in the hot streaks? Why don't you guys bring in the hot streaks, XFA and the live, both of them. If you can guys get that up, so we can share, kind of see how other funded traders are doing as it's quiet right now. So we got the poll, and the poll is 78% said they would go.
Nice.
Notched down a little bit. To Futures Trader Expo. We didn't say where, but I said Vegas. So we also had somebody go, why go to Vegas? I don't gamble. Vegas is turning into be like an entertainment, like capital of the world type stuff, where it's so easy. The restaurant game got like jacked up. You don't even have to. There we go.
Right.
Yeah, I got married in Vegas, and we didn't even gamble. We just went around. There was a Omnia Club in Caesar's Palace, so we went there. We went for a nice steak. So,
Well,
yeah, I mean,
you got married there, so you were gambling a little bit.
Yes,
not really, because we got married for our 10-year anniversary.
Okay.
It was not a gamble. I knew what I was getting myself into by then.
Okay, guys, these are the top 5 funded P&Ls. This is just for express funded accounts. We're going to start doing live too. I think live is a little bit more important, but these are all important because these all have the same financial outcome incentive or outcome compensation, no matter where you are as a funded trader here at Topstep. But hell of a number, Topstep or total profits, put them up. I won't read off everyone, but you guys are seeing what they are doing.
Yeah, Jason.
We'll have the live
Eric.
one for you guys here shortly.
I feel like we're seeing a couple of new names here, which is always good seeing people succeeding, right? Pretty good numbers there.
I mean, I haven't put up that in the last, I don't know, month. I don't
Been a while
know.
for
We
me
would have to
too.
find out when some of these traders had started too. But
Yeah.
no, great stuff. We'll have more. Wow, it's ripping higher. Higher. Nothing on tilt. 65% longs on tilt. What levels do you have up here, John?
Now we're going for the levels. All right.
18. Yeah. Give me some levels up here. I think
Okay.
yesterday's settlement. No, was it Friday's settlement? Yes. Was it Friday's settlement coming up too, right? On the NASDAQ?
No. Well, not in the S&Ps. It's much lower. Here's the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah. No, NASDAQ coming in. Did I say S&P?
Yeah. So, in the NASDAQ, I mean, basically we've kind of done, well, relatively close to what I was thinking is repair. Once we get into this low volume node, we're going to trade to either the high volume node up here or the low volume node up here. We haven't done that.
Up here, John.
Let's call it. Hang on one second. Let me look at this other chart. It's a little clearer.
15.
Yeah, right up here.
I know it starts with a 15. 15 what?
15. Let's call it 335.
335. Got it. Thank you.
I also have an average daily range high exhaustion point around 15300.
153.
Right here.
But yeah, 302 actually.
There you go.
It just.
But again, remember that I look at every area as a zone. It's not like one level. It's always a zone. Yeah.
Everything's a zone, right? So there's also just a few little single TPOs right in that area between 300 and 302, the exact area that Deanna's looking. How do you do that, Deanna? You seem to do that a lot. You find those levels.
It's magic. I have a crystal ball.
Tea leaves and chicken bones.
Will you let me borrow it?
Tea leaves, British
leaves.
and all that. Yeah. No, I mean, it's all just data, probabilities, staring at how the markets behave, and just doing that day in, day out for, well, almost 16 years now. So, And 11 now out of those 16 is prop trading and intraday. So after a while, you just start to see events that keep repeating itself. Hopefully.
How visual are markets?
How visual? To me, they're very visual. One of the reasons why I got so obsessed with the markets is because they kind of look like, the candlesticks to me kind of look like music notes. So that was the thing that really attracted me to them. The first time a friend of mine who's a trader, he actually showed me the candlestick charts, and I was like, what is that? I must know everything about this.
That is very, very cool. I never looked at it that way. And then you get the reading music. I don't know any words to. I'm not.
Yeah,
reading music. Talk about this for days, but that sounds really interesting. Never looked at it that way. Candlestick charts, reading notes, interesting.
And the music is pattern based as well. And I think markets are as well.
Music.
Yeah.
We keep making new highs. We keep making new highs. We keep making new highs.
Yeah, so ES is going into a C period extension now. If that holds, then 44.35 is on the cards when it comes to the average session range level.
Wow, this is a strong rally.
Yeah.
Buy the dip was a great looking back, hindsight, all that stuff.
And the thing that's kept me from trying to fight it is the fact that the opening range is the dead ass low
of the day. Yep.
It's what kept us in the long. It's what got me in there to begin with. And we had a decent trade, and I'm not going to feel bad, feeling like I left a whole bunch of money on the table. We don't know what's going to happen. We got out of the trade. I looked at it. I said, this thing's going to just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but also you don't want to get to that woulda, shoulda, coulda moment, right? That's the worst thing. I get people who are like, I only got 2R on this trade like that. Oh, I only made twice what I risked. I'm like, why are you focusing on the negatives? Focus on the positives. You made money. You hit your target. The end. If it went bazillion ticks, yeah, great. But those days are not the norm. I mean, we might have more irregular days now because of the Middle East developments. But you're not going to get huge days that just shoot in one direction exclusively. In fact, you're going to get many more days that have V-shaped reversals. So I would say it will be useful to learn how to tackle those. Because breakout trades, they can look like they're going to, just take off. And then they run out of steam and then they do nothing. So I'm always careful with breakout trading. It has to be a very particular day where I get involved.
In a breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not big on them either. It seems like most of them just cost me money. Harker has stated that the Fed is very likely done with rate hikes.
You think so?
That's what he just said.
Huh. They say that stuff, and then they get because they're looking at data that then they're going to, it's still, I mean, they're always, I don't know, they overcook or they undercook.
Well, obviously he bought the opening range.
What's that?
Obviously he bought the opening range.
Obviously he did buy the opening range. Yeah, exactly. Why did it pull off the 25s? I don't have any. This is a hard rally to watch.
I love rallies. I'm a better rally trader than I am when the market breaks.
Oh, I like it when it breaks. I feel like it's just going to go forever. I feel like it's going to go to zero.
Michael, I bought the market 3 times on the way down on Friday. Finally, I made 10 points on this one move to the upside.
I mean, it works.
Being a bad trader.
Oh, we all have days like that. Nobody can be perfect.
Yep. Oh, believe me, I'm far from perfect. Just ask.
Yeah, and you don't need to be. You don't need to be. Lots of people are like, I need to find a perfect entry. No, you don't.
Right.
If you're right within like 30 to 50 tick range, that's all you need.
Well, like you say, everything's a range. There's nothing finite in trading.
Yeah.
And there's no crying in baseball. We all know both of those, right, Johnny?
No crying in baseball, that's for sure.
Crying in baseball.
All right, let's see if I can get another crude short here.
Patrick, okay, the 15,300's pivot point. So obvious this morning. How are you guys feeling about that? 15. You guys did talk. No, did you talk about the 200s?
Well, we talked about.
No, talk about the 300s.
We talked about 300 to through 302.
300 to 302. Yeah. So it did rip higher,
Right.
to 25s. So about 15,325 area ish.
So I'm trying another short crude, 85.33. C period has closed below the initial balance.
Okay.
And it popped a little bit higher.
85.33. There you go. All right. Anything on the volume profile we can lean on there? Maybe a little bit, yeah.
Yeah? Do tell me.
49, 48 is a low volume area.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get that value acceptance completed now, because it is there. Without a doubt.
Here. That would be a nice trade.
We'll see.
Good way to start a Monday.
But again, like I said, Mondays can be a little bit weird. So
Yeah.
but whenever I come to trade, I never have any big expectations. I just take it trade by trade. And if I happen to go over my own daily loss limit, I stop. It's so important to know when to stop. It doesn't happen that often because I can usually find my way out of almost any situation if there's enough movement. It's only on really slow days that I really struggle to make anything back. But if there's some movement, I will find a level to get my trade.
Tilt hasn't done anything today. It's been like a 60-40 to 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bredis finished the trading combine, succeeded today. Nice job, Bredis. I feel like that's like is that like British lettuce? Like Brexit? It's Bredis.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, maybe because there is a female name called. I have a friend who's called Lettuce, like lettuce. Lettuce.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
With an A or E? L-A?
With an E. With an E.
L-E.
Yeah.
Hogue, so this pullback that pull on the NASDAQ and the S&P, it went off. It's not a Friday's settlement. It went off Thursday's settlement. Was it Thursday's settlement? And the ES pullback.
And I gotta pull it up.
It's nice ladder.
Thursday settlement. I mean, yeah.
Ish.
Thursday-ish.
Because I'm saying that because it did it as well on the NASDAQ. I think it was on Friday.
I mean, Thursday's settlement in the S&Ps was down here somewhere. Like 43.81.
Okay, what day? I don't know what day.
Wednesday's settlement was more like up here, 44.10.
Look at my calendar.
Here, I can find out.
13th. Yeah, the strength is in here. The strength is in there. 50-50 still. 50-50.
Yeah, Thursday's settlement was 43.80.50. And then Wednesday's settlement was 44.09.75. So it was Wednesday's settlement right up here.
It was Wednesday settlement, not Thursday. Okay.
Correct. I've got all my records.
Still using the hard copies.
I can't stop. I don't know what it is. It just gets in my head better when I write it down. If I type it, it doesn't kind of soak into the same as this old pickled brain of mine.
right?
It's not just you, it's a mind-muscle memory connection.
Mind-muscle
When you're
memory.
writing things out, your brain kind of creates new neural networks. All right, let's see whether this daily range on NASDAQ can do something. I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to touch NASDAQ. Just to be clear. Yeah. I didn't take my beta blockers today, so no.
This value area special situation play, whatever you want to call it, is one of the trickiest kind of strategies that I can think of at this moment. There's lots of tricky strategies. It always seems as though if you wait for the right moment in the right area, you'll miss it. And if you try and jump into it, you'll be early and get chopped up. It always seems to just do the opposite of what you think it might.
Well, right now, the crude oil is touching the initial balance low. So we'll see what happens here. If it goes all the way to value high, obviously I'm going to be out. But, but I'm going to just sit in this. I'm okay to take some heat. I'm in only with one contract, so slow and steady.
Right.
Okay, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm watching this rally. I am not knowing.
That was like a teacher.
I know. I just don't
What are you
feel.
doing?
I don't have any. And it's Monday, and I'm down only $100. That's a scratch day. I don't. You ever get one of those, Deanna or Hug, where you just like you don't see anything, you don't feel anything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's always a bad sign.
It's always a bad sign.
Yeah, but it also means that the market is doing something that is not fully aligned with your strategy, and it's just best to stay out on those days. Don't chase it. For me in Nasdaq, the only thing that would make sense would be a short failed auction from this average daily high, but we'll see because it's still early days and it's not yet doing much.
Yeah, this is a tough market unless you're buying pullbacks.
Oh, for sure. Anybody that's been a seller in the equities today is not had much of an opportunity.
You had with a fine-tooth comb, get that market carved up on a short. So any shorts that are in here right now, man, I feel for you. But step back, wait for high probability trades, or in this case, just try to understand the trend, or just do nothing like me.
Nice job, Rusty Golfer. Rusty Golfer's my spirit animal. I'm a golfer, but I'm pretty rusty. All right. A little news from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now, I guess, is saying that interest rates may persist while also insisting the U.S. economy is in a good place.
She always says that.
Yes. It's look over here, whack.
Yeah. But central bankers, that's what they do. They say a lot of things without actually saying anything.
It's amazing. I wonder if they teach that in college.
They must do.
Yeah, JD, let's do it.
Oh, let's do it. All right. Hughes, still top of the list. These are funded live traders and their current P&Ls. Pretty good. Hughes.
There you go. Hughes is still up there.
Yeah, Hughes took, what did he, $50,000 payout last week?
Was it 50? Is that the total funded P&L, total profit?
Yes, and he's still got that.
Oh yeah, that's his balance.
Yes. Yes,
It's not his total. It's technically not his total profit.
Right.
This his total profit's 150,000. Jack,
right.
JD, you guys, can somebody confirm that? Maybe a Mick can confirm that. So then we have these are correct. Because I thought he had a 110 in his account last week. So if he did take 50 out, maybe that's what that means. But then total profit, this would be balance. So I don't know.
We got Rosciato with 37,516. Wanbing, 26,246. Anthony, 26K even. I like a good fat round number like that. And Wally is 25,190. Pretty good numbers. Those are live, actual current account balances.
That's a good job.
Man, some of these folks are really killing it. It's so good to see, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, absolutely. Love seeing people doing really well. Trading is one of the toughest things to master. So whenever you see people who are consistently doing really well, full respect.
Yeah, taking 50 grand out if I had $50,000 and I was trading, no, hold on, let me do that. If I was trading and I went to my personal brokerage account, lost $90,000 like I did when I first started trading. I went through, in the course of 3 years, 3 separate $30,000 real money trading accounts. I put it in, trade for like blah, 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 it blow out, 3 years later, I'm out $90,000, went to Chicago, learned on a trading simulator, and then got funded by them and then put up 50K on that one. So that's why Topstep or doing that path. I mean, Hughes is able to take 50 large out of his live funded account. He's a prop trader here with you, professional trader here with us. Works right where anybody here, he works right where you guys were at, or he was at right where you were all at any point. He's probably reset. He's probably went through multiple, like blown out of account. Sounds like Hughes kept learning after each one of those, and then to put up 50, I don't know.
Like Deanna says, it's the losses and it's the hard times that breed good traders, right? You got to take those, learn from them in order to improve. And listen, it sounds like Hughes has done just that.
There's also that saying, calm seas don't make good sailors.
Calm seas do not make good sailors. No.
Yeah, because that really applies to trading. Like if you haven't been through various market conditions, if you haven't messed things up, you will never learn how to behave when the going gets tough. But if you're constantly sticking with it, tracking what you're doing, and you don't give up, eventually you will get better. Like there's no other way. The universe will yield to your trading skills.
No, right. It's funny. I like that analogy of the calm seas doesn't build good sailors. My dad always put it a different way. It was always the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. Gotta go through some stuff to get to where you want to go.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right. Are you still in that trade, Dee?
I'm still in that trade. I'm just watching the initial balance. So I'm taking some heat. But again, I'm not going to grasshopper out of it because I still think that this value acceptance does have a very good chance of happening. And I've seen this happen before where, it could be the case that I'm not low enough with my trade as well. But I'm willing to wait. So I'll see in another 11 minutes if the trade is still alive. And then I'm going to make a decision whether I'm going to stay or not.
Yeah, you're not in too much heat here yet, right?
I'm taking some heat. Yeah.
Okay.
It's enough. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, these value area special situation trades can be tough.
They are tricky, yeah. Especially when they don't go right away. And sometimes they do go right away, which is why I want to be involved. So I would rather take a bit of heat and then not miss the trade
Right.
than be super accurate on the entry. But NASDAQ is consolidating around that average daily range high for now.
Yeah, 300, 305. Starting to build some volume in that area right here. Low volume node just below it. S&Ps too. We're starting to build some, a decent high volume node up here around.
Deanna, what they're asking what your target is?
My target, well, to be honest, at this point, because I've had that little loss earlier, I would be happy with 85 just to cover that before anything. If it happens to just slice straight through that, 84.90 would be good as well. So somewhere around the round number or just below it, that would be a pretty good target for me on Monday.
All right, guys, if anybody has questions, go ahead and throw that in here. I know we got a kind of a quiet day.
No, we're hey, I had a winner.
Yeah. No. By quiet day, it doesn't have to be losing day. It's just action. It's been directional.
Hey, you've been very patient today, Michael. I'm glad to see that.
And I'm jonesing to trade too. And I'm kind of like practicing diluting the power of FOMO, one may say, or practicing patience, another sensei would say.
Practice the power of JOMO, joy of missing out.
Joy of missing out.
Yeah. Deanna, that's one thing I taught myself back in the day is diluting the power of these emotions that have on you. Because you get so like, oh, I got to do it. All right, I did. And then there'd be like, and then you'd have a poor outcome. And then again, that whole, I hate it, that insanity line, do it over and over again. It's insane. So to step out and look at yourself from above and be like, okay, if you're feeling that, what happens if you just miss it? What happens if you just miss it? And you just kind of keep thinking that one and then like write it down on a piece of paper. And so you're in it and you get it, but you're not going to get credit for it or anything like that. So I started doing that kind of like midway through my career, and it started really diluting the power of that these emotions could have on you. And I think that's really powerful. For me, it was. And I don't know, everybody has their own demons, trading demons to neutralize or make sure they're not working against you.
I like that.
Yeah.
Neutralize the demons.
Neutralize your demons. Yeah. I don't know if you can bad habits do die hard. So BS. Yeah, so it was something that I've practiced. It does bleed over, but don't get me wrong, I get pretty impulsive and like I want to get it done now. So that's also a characteristic I have outside of trading. So that's why it's good to manage these or whatever and get yourself in a better position that does spill over outside of your trading world into your personal life. It starts to get a little bit better.
Absolutely. I probably have the opposite problem of waiting too long, if anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did have my overtrading days when I was still a more novice trader, but now I can sit on a trade and wait, and I've come to a point where a losing trade really doesn't bother me because I never look at it as a single trade outcome. I always look at the entire month and how I've done in that whole month. So a single day or a single trade means nothing. It's kind of like dieting. If you diet really well and one day, it's not going to make much difference, but you keep that going, and after 2-3 months, you're going to see some results. And trading to me is exactly the same. If you behave yourself just on one day, but on all the other days you're a muppet, that's never going to work long term.
Yeah.
Did you say a muppet?
Yeah, a muppet. Yeah. It's a very British thing.
And no grasshoppering.
No
grasshoppering either, yes. Muppets and grasshoppers, we need to minimize and neutralize.
We need to jump.
What are the big levels that are not levels, releases this week? I hear retail. Go ahead. Just so everybody's on the same page. As we're talking as quiet markets, our production team can bring in stuff too as they see fit. Because the markets aren't doing too much. And if you guys start seeing something, we'll jump back in there. But what do we got to prepare for? It's Monday. It's just, I don't know.
So today is where everything's pretty much out. Harker's already spoken. I don't see anybody else on the Talking Fed calendar. Tuesday, retail sales 7:30 Central, industrial production 8:15 Central. Michelle Bowman is scheduled to speak at 8:20 Central. Barkin is going to be barking at 9:45 Central. We also have business inventories and housing market index. On Wednesday, mortgage applications, housing starts and permits, EIA petroleum status report, and a longer list of talking Feds. Waller, Williams, Bowman, Harker, and Cook all on the schedule to speak on Wednesday. We have Thursday, jobless clams, Philly Fed, Jefferson speaks, existing home sales, misleading indicators, nat gas, lots of short time frame bill announcements, an 8-week bill auction. Chairman Powell will speak at 11 o'clock a.m. Central on Thursday. That's the big one. And then a whole host of other talking Feds after that. Goolsbee, Barr, Bostic, Harker. Friday, we have Harker speaking at 8 o'clock in the morning, Meester speaking at 11:15, but there's no major economic numbers due out on Fridays. So we are also, Michael, dealing with the earnings coming into play here. Today, we didn't have much, but tomorrow we've got Bank of America, Lockheed Martin, Goldman Sachs, Bank of New York Mellon. Those are all before the open tomorrow. We've got Wednesday, Abbott Labs, Morgan Stanley, U.S. Bancorp. All the big banks are coming out this week, so we'll get an idea of how the banking sector is doing. But also on Wednesday, we have Tesla at the end of the day, Netflix at the end of the day. So a couple of the big ones at the end of the day on Wednesday. Thursday, AT&T, Philip Morris, Union Pacific, Railroad, of course. And then Thursday afternoon, another CSX, another rail company, which seems to be increasingly important these days. Friday, American Express. These are just some of the big ones I'm seeing on the calendar right now. And that's going to be about it. But we're at the beginning of earnings season. I think next week, I think we're going to see some of our biggest market cap stocks coming out next week.
Okay,
but there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot we're looking at this week.
That's what I was going to say. So when you all hear John rattle off all that stuff, John, what do you want to tell a trader after you just shared all that? Or Deanna, what do you? Let me see. Deanna, you're a trader. You just heard all that. What are you thinking now about your week as a trader?
When I'm looking at the calendar, I really only focus on the biggest releases. The earnings tend to happen haphazardly for equities. I'm not a core equities trader, so they don't have as much. By the way, I closed that crude oil trade. I'm just waiting to see what happens now. But there could be a fake out value acceptance, which means I want to go back the other way, but I still need to wait. So yeah, whenever I see those kind of events, I will probably only focus still on something like the rate decision if it's coming up, jobless claims, just like the bigger ones, CPI, PPI. Obviously, anything relating to earnings is not that big of an impact for my core markets, which is crude and gold. But yeah, I mean, when there's so many things, this is one of the reasons why I focus more on crude oil, because it's easier. You just have the inventories report, and that's it. One of the things that always annoyed me with trading stocks is that there's so much stuff that you're being wallpapered with. So you're like, well, what do I do now? So for the most part, I will still stick to my levels, and I will still see how the price reacts around them. I'm mainly a technical trader, very short term. I'm not looking for, long-term position to last me for the next 15 years. So that kind of changes my focus. I will still take in the market profile, open sentiment, strength of the auction, my levels, and then just trade that. So I don't really get too obsessed with like a whole laundry list of earnings that are going to come out.
Yeah.
But that's me. That doesn't mean that somebody else shouldn't do that.
Right. Well, I mean, even Jim Dalton says, he doesn't focus on the outcome of economic information or even some of the earnings. He just wants to know when they happen because he wants to take market generated information to make his decisions instead of trying to figure it out fundamentally, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And market profile is about reading the sentiment that's already happened or is happening at the moment. It's not about, what should happen or, try and position yourself with dividend payouts and stuff like that. It's not the same, it's not the same thing.
I remember during the whole COVID thing, a lot of these retail traders were just getting in the markets and they're all talking about dividend payments and some of these stocks. And I don't know. I've never played. I mean, I don't know. I'll go on a long tangent about that as traders and investors and separating the two, and then how to think differently for this one versus the other one. That's a time for a different day or whatever story or topic for a different day.
All right. So we have a failed auction now, technically in crude oil. Mm-hmm. They failed to keep the price below the initial balance. So now I need to find an entry back up, and this will be my final attempt on crude oil for today.
So you're looking at the excess at the low here is too cheap, failed downside auction.
Yeah.
Sellers backed off, buyers take over. You're looking for a move in the opposite direction.
That's right. Yeah.
Awesome.
So I just need to find a good area because I don't really want to jump in. This move back to the initial balance was quite substantial. And I only use 35, maybe 40 ticks for a stop because we do have a big range right now. We're standing at over 200 ticks for average session ranges over the last 10 days.
Okay.
So that's quite a lot.
We're looking at a 170 tick range so far today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's massive.
Value low is at 85 quarter as far as TPO is what I'm seeing. Are you seeing the same?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right.
So anywhere we can get near there might be an interesting opportunity.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're going to get all the way down there, though. This is the thing. So just going through various time frames to see whether I have any obvious areas of demand. But I'm not really seeing anything particularly good. I mean, there is one demand area that's now being created on 30 minutes, and that's about it. And the price is already kind of bouncing from it. So I could do a couple of things. I could either wait and accept that I might lose this, or I could use the edge of this demand area that I'm seeing on a 30-minute chart, go in and see what happens. I am in with only like one contract, so I'm not trading large today. Usually I'm in with like 3 or 4, but not today because, again, it's Monday, so I still have a lot of space for my own daily loss limit. And again, this is why you want to try take it very slowly on Monday, because Mondays can be weird. I said this at the beginning of the session. Yeah.
My Monday right now so far. Last Monday it was quiet all day, and then there was a great position I put on right after the show ended, and that was a $4,200 day for a Monday. And today, I think the old rookie trader in me would have been like, "Well, I did that on last Monday. Why shouldn't I do that again on this Monday?" And now I did 2 trades. I'm down $100. I'm like. When you first see this, you jump on the show. You're like, dude, this guy can't trade. He's down $100. He's not even putting on size.
Every day is different.
Every day is different.
Yeah.
Every day. That's one of the reasons why I love this business. Every day is anew. Like it's completely starting over, and then taking whatever you're learning, both how to manage your emotions and control your behaviors, to how you manage your account, to how you dialed in your trading plan, to your risk management, your strategy, all that kind of stuff is just tinkering every day, bringing that F1 car, you into the dugout or in the pit, and making little adjustments and get back out there.
I'm looking at this value high as an area that I would like to see break down for a long. Again, working off of the orientation points, not just going, I'm going in. So I just want to see that they can break this 85, 81. If that happens, then I would be interested in a long without a pullback. But if it doesn't happen, I'm sitting on my hands for the rest of the day for crude oil.
All right. So
I'd like to see it exit the value area, right? So this is why my thinking, if it's a real failed auction, it needs to come out of this value.
Understood. Out of Friday's value, right?
Out of Friday's value,
right here. So
not the current developing. Previous.
Yeah, we need to start seeing it bring up a little bit higher pricing here, right?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, we're going to get ready for shop talk here in just a few minutes.
Shop, Johnny, talk shop. We're going to talk shop.
Talk shop. Talk shop. Talk shop. Talk shop. Talk shop. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in here with Andre. D, thank you so much.
Yeah, D,
for being with us today. We'll see you.
Great.
We'll see you here again on Wednesday, right?
We'll see you again on Wednesday. Yeah, that's
I
right.
love being patient with you today. I had fun doing nothing with you today.
Excellent. Let's keep it up. But let's make some money next time too.
I know. Thank you for holding me accountable to staying patient, for having this great conversation. Always a pleasure. Can't wait to see you again on Wednesday.
Likewise. Take care, guys.
Have a great day, D. We'll see you see you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday. Cheers.
All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes with Talk Shop. Welcome to Talk Shop. Andre back with us this morning. We've got Michael here. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Great day.
Trade day.
What's up, guys? What's up? Good to see you guys.
It's been a quiet day, Dre.
Don't sell a quiet market, huh?
Don't sell a quiet market. Isn't that what they say, John?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at, even though we're up pretty big in both NASDAQ and, S&Ps. It's kind of been quiet, a little light volume, but I think that was the lesson we took away from last week, and that was a valuable one that we made money on, is don't sell a quiet market. So if you can find a pullback, as John always likes to say, new information enters the market. We can readjust our bias, so to speak. But, I think we got a couple different factors pulling on the market right now, or themes, if you will. This week we got a lot of earnings and a lot of Fed speak, right? Tons of it. And that's usually bullish for the market. You know how they set up expectations for earnings. They always lower expectations so the results can always beat expectations. You know how that drill goes. And then the Fed speak starting to sound a little bit more dovish lately, which is obviously bullish for equities. So with that going, that's kind of what we're seeing today. We had Charles Schwab, good earnings, kind of adds a little fuel to the bull rally. But then with that being said, we also keep in mind that we've got the rising yields in Treasury market, and then we also have the conflict in the Middle East, which is bearish on equities. So we're going to have that tug of war going all week, I would say. So it's very important that we pay attention to the headlines and see kind of what's leading the market and what's driving these moves. But right now, it looks like earnings is driving it. Anyway, some Fed speak earlier today, nothing of note. And we're going to ramp up as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday approach. As Michael likes to say, we got the meat and potatoes coming up. So it's okay to sit on your hands right now. Pay attention. Maybe you get long on a pullback here on this bull rally. But so we got, like I said, earnings and Fed speak. That's kind of going to be bullish fuel. And then we got yields and Middle East conflict that's bearish. So, it's hard to get married to a position to stay long or stay short for a long amount of time. But you can definitely find conviction in your trades with that being said. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Where we're at right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Andre, everything you said is true. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and markets don't necessarily like uncertainty. We're seeing a rally today, but where is it really? I mean, looking at the daily chart, we kind of established an area of range between two previous areas of range. This market is looking for new information. Looks like we might be getting a nice test of weekly kickoff high, which I would certainly be looking forward to. This is the daily chart, the 30-minute chart. What did we do last week? We traded 4,400 was weekly kickoff high. We became a little bit magnetic. So the weekly kickoff high is closer to an extreme of last week's high. And last week's high was 40, 30, 50.
Right.
It's this is I'm trying to remember which tea leaves put me at this level as an important inflection level. But I mean, there is a gap above there. This gap is weak structure. We got into it last week in the overnight, but we could not break out and we couldn't finish it. The one thing that says something to me is this high here that happened last week. Okay, I mean, this is a kind of a longer time frame high. This is back on the 21st of September is the last time we were up at this level. Okay. So a recent high that occurs in the overnight session doesn't usually hold.
Right.
And this was in the overnight session. The opening was at the high here. We broke. We get another chance at this. I'm going to be, looking at a relatively short time frame, level is the gap. But I think the longer time frame level is going to be if we can accept above weekly kickoff high, 44.19, and then we'll finish the gap.
Hey, you said when you get another chance at it, what am I looking for when another chance presents itself? Because I'm looking at the chart right now. I'm seeing what you're seeing, but what's like another chance looking like? How does that play out? So I know that another chance is developing before it's too late,
Okay, great question, Andre. And because all of the activity last week was regular trading hour, I should say, activity was below weekly kickoff high.
What's the price again? Sorry, Johnny.
Pardon?
The price?
44.19.
19. Okay, that was in the email. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, what was the weekly kickoff numbers on the S&P?
44.19 is the weekly kickoff high.
And low, and low's 42.40.
42.40, right. That I think remained the same because there's not a lot of information. Really a lot.
All right. Well, we're getting close to 19s up here. So
yeah, I was just going to say 19s is the weekly kickoff high, and you shared that in the opening call.
Right.
So guys, if you didn't get to the opening call, you get it in your email. The weekly kickoff levels are things that are the levels of areas of importance. You can call them support and resistance, whatever.
Yeah,
What's below, it should be resistance. It's above, it should whatever. It's vice versa.
Shit, so these numbers are going to start coming in play here shortly. That if this rally continues.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. All right, cool.
So back to your question. What am I looking for above that level? I want to see the market spend time in regular trading hours above weekly kickoff high to mark the acceptance over time.
Cool.
And then we could see the gap close.
44.19. All right, great. All right, everyone. So out there, S&Ps. Let's lock in on that number. Maybe we can play a short, long.
It worked out really well last week of getting the weekly kickoff prior. Then you get it on Monday, and we played it, I think, on a Monday or Tuesday. I forget.
What, your play?
No, I'm not playing anything right now. I'm my hands are like right here.
No, I thought you were talking about your trade last week.
Oh yeah, it was off Johnny's. It was off Johnny's. Topstep puts these together. John's the brain power behind it. Power
that shit was money, dude. That shit was money. That call.
It was money. Hit it off it a couple times. So
God bless. That was good stuff.
Here. That was weekly kickoff high. That's where you took it. That's your profit right there.
Ooh, that's good.
And that was after a hold. See how it rallied up all day long right there?
Yeah.
That was a really quiet morning, just like it was this morning.
Yep.
Just a rally all day. Then it went sideways. Then it came up, slowly crept and hit the number.
Yep.
What you do the aha for? Now I'm getting excited because you might have found a trade. You might have found a trade for me.
All right. So another chance. So we're getting up to 44.19s. We're gonna key that number. We'll see how it trades around there. See if it accepts or gets denied.
Yeah. There's a difference in the Nasdaq and the S&Ps.
What's the difference?
The Nasdaq put in last week's high in the regular trading hours.
Okay.
The weekly kickoff level is now 15,427.
Yep.
We haven't gotten there yet.
No, we have not. All right, so patience. Right now, we're being patient. Don't sell quiet market.
Patience.
Nasdaq. There might be a little pullback in S&Ps. We got anything on tilt, Michael?
Man, there hasn't been anything.
Nothing. Fitty.
Jack.
Hey, it's still Monday.
Jack squat.
Come on, you went to church yesterday, didn't you?
What's that?
You went to church yesterday, didn't you? No swearing yet today.
I go to church every day. I'm at it right now.
Yes. This is the temple. This is the temple. Let's keep trading sideways here. But yeah, like I said, right now earnings is in focus. I guess you never know what's going to come out of the Middle East. We'll see what bonds are doing. But yeah, you know how they always come in with the low expectations, and magically they always beat expectations. It's kind of, I don't know. That's what I expect to see more of. But like John and I were talking opening call, we got the banks kicking off this week. That typically gives you an indication or an insight into how the economy's been performing last quarter. So that's kind of what we're keeping an eye on. But they're going to be making money with these higher yields. It's like a no-brainer. It's, of course they're going to.
Right.
They're going to these high yields are layups for banks. So be ready for that.
And investors too. I mean, investors like high yields.
Indeed. Park your money in cash.
She said, he said, goes, why do we call it a quiet market? Why is this today in the S&P and the NASDAQ considered a quiet market?
I think just in the manner, it's trading. It's not very volatile. It's been pretty smooth and consistent to the upside. We're not seeing a lot of whipsawing around. Volumes are pretty light. So these are some of the characteristics I see what I consider to be a quiet market. Maybe you guys, I got a blind spot there that you guys can fill in, but that's kind of how I see a quiet market. It's just been orderly rally, pretty much.
Well, I think it's all in the context, right? If you look at this on a daily chart, has much changed? No,
not really.
Look at this on a 30-minute chart. Yeah, we're seeing some movement. We're basically kind of above Friday's high. But is this a wild day? Is this busy? But if we were to look at a 5-minute chart, it may look like, holy cow, this is a huge rally. Mm-hmm. So it's all in the context.
It is. Here's Lemuel Asbedo. Yeah, it's rallied without much volume. Yeah, and that's kind of what John's harping on right there. It's kind of seeing the same thing. So it's quiet. Trust me, you'll know when the market's moving and whipping around. You'll know a quote unquote loud market when you see it.
Oh my God, I know.
You'll see it. You'll see gaps. You'll see big wicks on the candlestick. You'll know. You'll see the ladders whipping around. You're constantly going to have to recenter your ladder. I haven't had to center my ladder once today.
No, I have it like where it creeps, slowly recenters itself slowly.
Yes.
And if the markets aren't moving where it's wild, it will always stay pretty centered.
Yep. So there's just little tricks of the trade there. You look at the chart visually, look how the markets are trading. Hey, Patak, whatever happened to that 150 lot that you spotted out in NASDAQ? Did that ever get filled?
Yeah, well, I think it did. It happened so quickly. It was down at the...
Was that a bid? Was he working a bid?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was at the 185s, right, Joe? Yeah, it was the 185s.
Yeah. Oh, damn, nice fill.
Oh, yeah, it was a great fill.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I bought the 187s right after that one. I've seen this guy play before.
Yep.
And
so that's called... Go ahead.
No, I got in it, and I only wrote it because I was already down like on my first trade, and I'm like, I just want to get back to scratch, just kind of get a feel. It's toe in, toe out, toe in, toe out. Sure. Okay, now I'm ready to dive in the pool. So I'm scratching the day, but that was a home run trade. I would not have held it the whole time, but if I would have, it would have been on a one lot. It would have been thousands, I think. Yeah, because it's gone 1, 2, at least 100 handles right here, right now. Up from it.
Don't fight paper, as they say, or you can lean on paper.
No, and it's one time framing higher. You don't want to fight that.
Nope. So what's this? Rocket ship straight. Oh,
I got lucky and caught a contrary move on Friday for 10 points right here. But I wasn't going to marry it. I didn't think I'd picked the low. I got a good trade on it, made my money back, and then that was it. Over the rest of the day.
When we say you can't marry your position, it's because we're kind of walking on eggshells these days with these markets. So I mean, your fundamentals, your technical analysis could be correct, but all it's going to take is one headline to come in and just completely turn the trade around 180 degrees. So that's why what we mean by you can't be married to these positions. You got to stick to your profit targets and your stops. And just let the trade play out, because all it takes is one headline from Gaza to completely, ruin your trade, or not ruin your trade, but just change the direction of the market. So you got to be pretty nimble and agile right now.
And by the way, please, everybody, pray for peace.
Please.
Yes. Somebody said that was insensitive. It's not insensitive to want peace on the planet, and I get it.
That's better.
But yes, always good to know everything is happening globally, regardless as a trader.
That's what we mean by this.
That's what we mean by this. There's no chance we're going to go down a rabbit hole and talk about any of this. But what we do talk about is things that are happening around the world, because that affects the markets. It's the only thing. That's why politics and all this stuff you can't bring into trading. You can bring it in to discuss how it affects the markets. You have another group, I'm sure you guys have your Facebook groups and mom and dad and your buddies text groups that you can talk about all that. But when it comes to here and anything like that can help you become a better trader is what traders need to be talking about. Jesus. That's it.
All right.
Better trader. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get back to the markets. It's just not.
So I want to take Eddie's seat here for now and remind everybody, hey, 11 o'clock, we have Tory trades coming in for our power player session. We're looking forward to seeing Tory again. I had an interview with her not too long ago, and it's going to be a really interesting and cool opportunity for us to get to know Tory Trades, and for Tory Trades folks to get to know us. We are seeking to get to 35,000 subscribers. We're within 1,000 of it. You guys did a good job here so far.
So far, you've done a really good job.
Well, we're looking forward to it. And, Tory is going to be here to help our community. Our community is going to be here to help Tory Trades community. We're looking forward to, again, another, cool, informative. She's really fun to listen to. She's a good trader, and we're looking forward to having her with us. We have so many good people. I feel like that there's just so much good information that we're bringing. We can't forget that we have. What do we have here this week? Hang on, I got it right here. We got a full slate
this week.
Oh yeah.
We have Tory. We have John Watkins on Tuesday. Corbs, I think he's going to be here on Wednesday. I'm not sure. There's some question as to that, but we finished the week really strong with Jared Tendler, who I'm sure most of you are familiar with. There's so much good stuff coming at us this week in this community. Topstep TV, be it, love it, learn it. And again, we're always looking forward to seeing people succeeding and learning and getting better. And that's the whole goal of this, right?
Damn, that is the whole goal of this. Corbs, let's see if you guys can drop the video that Corbs and I did. If we can grab that one. Corbs posted it. It was it's probably one of my, probably my better job of explaining from the inception of Topstep, the why of trading evaluations and funding traders, all the way to, the industry now, the players in the industry now, to like where the industry is going now. So can you guys share that in the chat, that interview link?
Yeah, I mean, shoot. Hold on. Tom Fullerstein's saying he smells smoke. I don't know if he's selling smoke. I don't know about that.
No. Eddie's on vacation.
Early burn. You're gonna have to stick around. We're bringing our A game this week, so everyone else bring their A game.
Yeah,
this got to be team effort here, team trade and team effort. Let's bring our A games and let's see what happens. I bet everyone will walk away happy. Here's that pullback.
There it is. There's my interview with Corbs. Take some time today. Save that. It's not just because I did it. It's just like we had a great conversation. It was like I'm just going to open up and talk about the industry and everything about it. So that's a good explanation. If you have any questions, bring more of those questions when Corbs does his interview. Now you get to know Corbs a little bit too. I like the guy. But we have Tori Trades today. I'm very excited to be on with Tori. She is, I follow her Instagram thing. She speaks very well about how the mind works, what she thinks about in her trades. I know she had an uncle. Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. How she got her start?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all get our starts. John, well, you got your start from family. Obviously, it was in the family. Patak, you got your start. I got my start because of a neighbor. One of my neighbors was a trader on the floor in the CBOT, the bean pit. He asked me if I wanted a summer job, and sure enough, I fell in love clerking in the bean pit. And yeah, the rest is history. We all got similar. Patak, you're like an outsider coming in here.
I was an outsider, and that's
wild, man. That's wild. Yeah.
I know. That's to me why.
Kicking down the door.
I had to move to Chicago, and that's another reason why we wanted to. When I first started Topstep, I'm like, I had to move to Chicago. I had to get smoked by 3. I had to lose 90 grand real money as a Nebraska kid. Grew up on a farm. 3,500 people in my town. There's 82 people in my high school class. I wasn't even in the top 50%.
How many people?
82. Yeah, I remember I didn't get the top 50%. I didn't study. I was all about like doing things with my hands. Farm kid. But yeah. I'd always watch corn prices. The terminal would be right there at the farmer that I worked at his house. He had a feedlot, so you'd see the prices, and I was like, it's just like a DOS. Remember the DOS thing?
Yeah,
it's
terminals.
Yeah, just price change, and I'm like, that is very interesting. Then I watched Trading Places, and I'm like, hold on. Time's irrelevant. I can buy and sell. And like my uncle's telling me, he's like, well, Michael, yeah, trading is time's irrelevant, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bingo, that's what I want to do. I was at 16 years old. I was making $4 an hour for this farmer scooping shit, literally. Yeah, never looked back. So I had to enter, and nobody around me, actually everybody around me was getting crushed. It was the late 90s, the roaring 90s, where everybody and their sister thought they were like great traders. Hence the memer, the memer AMC GameStop time that we saw a couple years ago. And then I'm like, F it, I'm going to Chicago, and I'm going to learn how to trade at a prop firm. And that's what I did.
Hey, question: Are farmers constantly watching spot prices of their crops?
Futures prices. Well, yeah, and then you go to local co-op, and you'll be like, hey, the corn, you know what it's going for.
Yeah, what are you taking for corn these days?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So
and then the co-op becomes very in tune. The co-ops become very in tune with the prices, of course. I mean, if you're working at the co-op, I didn't, but like I knew guys that did. Or you drive by the co-op and you pick up 50 bushels of corn for your cow. I had a cow that I would have did.
What was his name?
Charlie. I hate it when people name like animals after like real human beings.
It's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know Charlie at the time, but he was Charlie. Yeah, so no, that's definitely and then I buy 50 bushels of, swear to God, buy 50 bushels of corn, chopped corn, and then I dump it in his trough, and I try to keep old Charlie boxed up in the stall all day long, every single day, because I had to get him as fat as I possibly could.
What happened to Charlie?
For the Sarpy County County Fair, where I showed him. And then after I became best friends with Charlie, pet him every day, feed him every day, I handed him off to the butcher.
How old were you?
15.
Traumatizing,
16.
man.
Well, at that time, as when you live on a farm, you're like, they're not your pets, but you're like,
yeah, I know.
Hey, Charlie, you gotta fatten up, buddy. We gotta get a blue ribbon here. We gotta get a blue ribbon together here, Charlie. Charlie didn't think we were all in it together, but then at the very end, I kind of handed him off to the trailer that wasn't the trailer to take him home, if you know what I mean.
Oh no.
This trailer doesn't look familiar. We can have fun with it. You guys ate it.
Yeah, it's just a way of life you guys had out there.
Yeah. My dad was in the meatpacking business, so like we saw a lot of animals that come through. I mean, they're not going to get into how they. No, we're not going to get into how the sausage is made.
No.
We're not going to get into how the sausage is made.
Literally.
I thought I'd kind of talk a little bit about like grains. You know, what if you're a farmer in Nebraska and you're growing, let's say, soybeans.
Yep.
And you know, just for simplicity's sake, let's say you're going to grow 5,000 bushels of soybeans, and before it's planted, soybeans are trading $9 a bushel, and you think, man, if I get $9 for my soybeans, I would be happy with that. So you can sell that contract of soybeans at $9 at the Chicago Board of Trade, grow your soybeans, and at the time the soybeans are being harvested, if you can only sell it for $7 a bushel, well, you're short at $9 a bushel at the Chicago Board of Trade. Most of those contracts are not delivered through the Board of Trade. They're liquidated, and then you just take your soybeans down to the local elevator, and you sell it for $7. But you've hedged that $2 loss using futures. You sold it at $9. You grew the soybeans. You've got your 5,000 bushels of soybeans sold at $9. You buy it at $7 in futures. Take it down to the local elevator, sell it for $7. Yep. But you've in reality sold that 5,000 bushels of soybeans at $9 a bushel. Mm-hmm. That's how farmers hedge their positions in whether it's corn, soybeans, cattle, live hogs, lumber, whatever it is. It's protecting yourself against future price swings, and that's the real reason for these futures markets. All of us, all the speculators are only here to provide liquidity for the bigger players. And for that opportunity, we have the, again, opportunity to profit.
Hey, John and Andre, we have 73% of people are short right now in the tilt. John, what levels do you have around here right now?
Are you talking NASDAQ?
Is this a buy the dip? Is this a buy dip? So that means only 20% of people are long right now, which means or 72% of people are short.
So NASDAQ,
I see. I got you.
NASDAQ. Where is?
So we got a tilt going on right now.
Yeah, we do.
So
so here's this is your NASDAQ, right?
Just give me a level.
Okay. Next low volume node is 276.
276. All right. Thanks. And then anything else?
276.
No.
All right. Excuse me.
All right, now explain.
All right, before you guys do that, let me jump off really quick. You guys can roll into shoulder tap. I know we got a trade developing, so I want to get this transition going. But yeah, let's keep it rolling though.
Okay, let's keep it rolling. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna jump
Jay.
out. All right, later, guys.
Thanks, Andre.
Yeah.
All right, do you guys have any levels around here in the chat? Anybody have any levels around here? And we'll just put a poll in here, right now, that says, does the market end higher than 15,300 by the end of the day, or lower than 15,300 by the end of the day?
Ooh. All right. Well,
there's going to be a poll, so you guys don't have to type anything in.
While you're doing that, let's get ready for shoulder tap. We'll have Mick here in just a couple of minutes. Give us a minute. We'll be ready.
All right.
Mick, it's time for the shoulder tap. How are you, my good friend?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing really well. How are you, John? How are you, Michael?
Well,
I'm doing well. How are you, Mick?
Good. Good. I bringing back the mustache today. I know Brett tried last Thursday with that. I tuned in from home while I was out of the office. Put a big smile on my face.
Mick, I'm going to be, I know that was great. I'm going to be joining you for Movember.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like you already got a head start. You just need to lop off the rest around the upper lip.
Yes, I'll do that. They call it Movember, right?
Yeah.
Mustache in November. It's for to fight cancer, or it's to support stand up. What's it called? Stand up to fight against cancer. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah, my brother had cancer, and he survived from it. So I stood up. It was cool. I was at a Blackhawks game one time. Just really quick on mustache. I was at a Blackhawks, and they're like everybody. It was like a November game, and they all passed out. I stand for, and then they put the name of the person who had cancer. I stand with, or something. I forget what it was. And everybody, it's scary, sad, and then comforting to see everybody in support. But so many people. I mean, I don't know how many people you could fit in United Center in Chicago when a Blackhawks game going on. Stood up there like that. Tons of people with mustaches.
That's powerful. I mean, the energy in the Madhouse on Madison is hard. You can't compare that to other places. I've been there a few times when, something like that. I mean, that's probably the best kind of support you could have, more so than any of the games that are played there. But yeah, that's cool to hear. It's electrifying in there.
Oh, it's electrifying. All right, give me something electrifying. We've had a quiet day. We need to be jazzed up right now.
Well, I got a couple one-off stories to share with you guys, but there is a lot of red on the board. There's a lot of blood on the boards. Not off to a great start this week for our live traders. As the group as a whole, there's just, more people, more accounts down than up. So I don't always like seeing that, but I do have some people I want to talk about. We've got trading cards, and I've got some good shout outs too that I'll do at the end of there. Excited to share about Hugh's continued progress in his live account. One of our traders who got up over 100,000 the other week, took a $50,000 payout last week. They're up doing well today. We'll talk more about that later, but if we can, I want to talk about 3 live traders today. First one being Jian Guang L. So if we could pull him up.
Let's see. I'm wondering if I'm going to make the list today.
I don't know. Trade it bigger, John.
Hey guys, 75% of people are short S&P and NASDAQ right now. So the shorts are getting paid a bit on this sell-off. I don't know how long they're going to stick in here. Johnny told me about the 276 level. 276?
Yes, that's the next low volume node lower.
All right, I got in at 286 just because I'm a little antsy today.
All right.
So I got
just
in.
Make sure you manage risk.
Yeah.
John.
20 handle stop on this one. The average price, let me go. Average price. Let's find this out. That's a good one. I'm glad you asked me that question. Hold on, Mick.
Yeah, please.
15,291. 15,291. 15,291 is the average price, and I'm going to get up because I think.
Yeah, you might get better location.
I might exactly because it's right there. It's right there around the average price of everybody. So I'm like, there's no real push to the extreme, though. It is 75% of people are short. Those average 75% of people are short NQ and ES, and the average price of both of those is 15,291 on the Nasdaq.
You know
so
why?
291 and 4405, Johnny, 4405 on the S&P. So they're both. Those shorts right now are in the money, very, very light, those average shorts.
Right. You got the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart here at 15,211. Is that right?
15,211.
No, my bad. 15,288. I was looking at the wrong number. 15,288 is the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. A lot of folks probably making decisions there.
Yeah, 58% of you said the market's going to be lower from the 15,300 level by the end of the day. This is by the end of the day. So that's the poll you guys said. The poll I got going on right now is a real-time bias of all the open positions that have thousands of traders trading. 75% of the folks trading ES and NASDAQ are biased to the short side.
Yeah, Michael, it's been like that most of the morning too, hasn't it? I haven't pulled it up on my end of things, but I've heard you say it's been pretty lopsided, 70%.
No. I said today it hasn't. I think maybe you caught it when I said it has. It's just been like a 50-50, 60-40. So right now.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, I misheard. That's my fault, doing other things while I'm tuning in on the background.
That's why they say they don't multitask and trade, right?
I've heard that you literally cannot multitask, that you can do a couple things at once, but you can't. They say scientifically it's not something you can do.
Yeah.
I can't.
I try. Who was it? Was it who was that? Was it Einstein that could write two different languages at the same time on the chalkboard?
Well, hold on. Two different hands?
Of course. Yeah. One language, and cursive, mind you, one language in one hand, another language in the other hand, simultaneously.
I mean, okay, well, that's why when you go, hey, what's up, Einstein, to somebody when they're smart?
Genius.
All right, give me some genius.
Let's go back to that card we had up. I want to talk about this because really happy about this trader. Jiang Wang. Kind of sounds like John Wang. I might be botching the pronunciation of that, but one of our live traders, 90% winning days. It's going to be a higher percentage after the winning day today. Averaging $1,000 trading the equity indices every day. They're really selective with their trades. Their hold times are great. No areas for improvement at this time. It's been about 10 days, I think. Today might be day 11 in the live account, but I wanted to share this with you. Kind of goes back to those hold times. This trader they're up $1,300 today on a free lot. They were trading the overnight session. So they got long at 5:45 last night and then covered the position at 7:45. It's a 2-hour hold time. They've only got 3 round turns on the day, 1 trade. So I like this being very selective, which I always talk about. And then the longer hold times too. And we'll talk a little bit more about hold times with the next trader that I'm bringing up. But I've said it, and for those of you that are new and haven't heard me say it, a lot of traders will make the bulk of their money riding out positions, holding on to trades, catching a piece of the trend for the day, as opposed to in and out scalping throughout the day. So with that, I want to go bring up our next trader, James S., who's also in a live account.
John, it came down to the 270. We can keep it still here, guys, but it came down to 276. What levels did you have down here? It's right here, right now. Huh?
274 is the next low volume node, but there's not a lot of volume down below that. 274, right about where it is now.
Yeah, I just got long right now. But there's not a lot of volume below that, which means
no, it's almost like it's a real big low volume node for a few handles here.
Is this a cheap trade?
I wouldn't risk a lot. I mean, you got single ticks down to 15,260, so I would look a few points past 260 for your stop.
Got it. All right, cool. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Sorry,
I say
Mick.
this with a smile on my face. This is totally tradertainment because you got two guys talking markets. They put the trading cards, the shoulder tap segment on the back burner, watching the markets. And I'm not complaining, guys. I'm just saying, saying it with a smile on my face. I love it.
I scratched it real quick. I'm just gonna wait for a little bit better entry. I don't want to show up to things too early. If I miss a trade, I miss a trade because I've been very patient today. Last thing I want to do is get in early, take a whatever loser. I'd rather stay patient. If I miss a trade, always trade for tomorrow. Tomorrow, one of these days, I know I'm going to trade really well.
Yeah,
See it really well. So,
Michael, very good thing to say in front of your risk manager.
I know.
It is better to miss a trade than take a shot, have your timing wrong, and then lose money. You miss a trade, nothing affects your account. You might be a little emotional about it and have that FOMO or what comes after FOMO, that you don't have the fear of missing out. You missed out, I guess. But we're all here trading, not for entertainment. That's what TopstepTV is for, entertainment, tradertainment. We're trading to make money, and for Michael to say something like that on live TV, I love it. It's better to miss a trade than to, lose money on the wrong trade.
Or anybody in here could take that trade that I just got out of, or Nas the Dragon. You can fade that trade that I was in. That's why. And what I always like about doing this, because you hear other people's position and what they're going to do, and then you decide what you're going to do all day long. If you're like, hey, I don't really like what Michael's doing, fade it. If I do like what he's doing, but I'm looking for a better entry, then talk about it. Or, hey, I took your trade. I know you got out early. Tell me about where you got out. These are all things that help me understand the map of the markets start to come alive for me when I work with other traders like this. So fade me, copy me, do nothing with me like I'm doing right now. I'm doing nothing on my own decision, even though I wanted to be long and still want to be long. So I don't know. To each his own.
I'll fade anybody that's betting for the Bears. That was a sad.
Oh my God! You had to bring that up.
Well, it is what it is. Misery loves company. So.
No, I'm not. No, because Chicago does that. Lovable losers. We're all Cubs fans. I'm like, dude, I'm done being loving losers.
Yeah, I just want to watch good sports.
I just want to watch good. Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of good performance, let's talk about James. James is in a live account, trading very well, averaging $1,000 a day, a little more, 83% winning days, good average hold times. I'm happy to share that they're up $5,700 today, and they made that on one trade.
Nice.
Bought a 6 lot, sold a 6 lot. They're out, they're done for the day, and that's not a bad day. But, I stress, this is another good example of hold times. Bought the 6 lot, held it for 2.5 hours this morning, and made almost $6,000 on one trade. So being selective, stalking the market, finding the right levels, taking action. And speaking of taking action, something that, I know Michael does this, Hogue does this, good traders do this, is you do your homework at the end of the day and prepare for the following day. So Michael's got levels. I know he leverages John for the levels. John's got great levels with that market profile and whatnot. But having a plan ahead of time before the market starts moving, before you start getting active, because the nice thing about that is then you know what you're going to do when the market hits certain areas. So you react, you take action, as opposed to being in the moment, thinking about what you're going to do and having to go through that decision-making process right then and there in the moment. It's, we came down to this level. This is where I'm getting long, that kind of thing. So very, very important. And it will separate traders, the good traders from the better traders. You can still be a good trader in the moment, but the better traders are always going to have their plan ahead of time and react when the market hits their levels. So that's something that James definitely did this morning when he put that one trade on, nice and clean, didn't take any heat on it, and boom, up $5,700 on the day.
No heat. That's when you got right there at the edge. It carved up the market really nicely.
Yep. So while I'm complimenting James, I will say most people have room for improvement. James has got a little room for improvement. While I did mention he had a nice long 2.5-hour holding time on the trade today, he does spend a little bit more time in his losing trades than his winning trades. So something for him to at least be aware of, if not take action on it. Be aware of that, because we want to be impatient with our losers and more patient with our winners. Also, average winning and losing trades, he is risking a little bit more per trade than he is on what he's taking out of the markets per his winning trade. It's about, risking $530 versus profiting or looking to profit about $524. But again, this is only on small sample size. He hasn't been trading in the live account all that much. So just a couple things for James to consider if he's watching, or for anybody else out there listening.
Nice.
And then the next person I want to talk about is Emanuele. Emmanuel, I should say, one of our live traders. We've talked about him maybe a month ago. He's trading out of Italy.
I remember.
And you might look at some of these statistics and say, why are we looking at this? Average daily P&L minus $550, 20% winning days. Today's only day 11. I'm happy to say he's up $3,600 today.
Nice.
But I'm showing this because this is something that can happen, or these statistics. Today's day 11 in the trading account. A lot of traders might have similar statistics here. If you are learning in the business, just getting started, you're not going to have more winning days than losing days likely. And while his account is still in pretty good shape, because he was transferred from his express funded account to a live account with a good healthy balance, he's still right around that. Today kind of helps him out, but he's still a little bit underwater, but he's treading water. We just need to make sure that limiting the losses, since he did have such a large account balance when he started in his live account, he requested a larger daily loss limit. We bumped him up to 4,000. We're keeping a very close eye on this. If he does, erode this account much further, which again, he's not in bad shape, we'll probably want to put him back at the 3,000, or even talk to him about lowering his personal daily loss limit.
So hold on. When you're trading poorly, you don't keep widening up your daily loss limit?
Correct. Contrary to what I hear from you sometimes, Michael.
No, right? Do as I say, not as I do sometimes, huh?
Yeah. But so he's at 4,000 for the daily loss limit right now. We'll keep a close eye on it, but this is something that we offer to our funded traders when they're trading in an express funded account, a live account, a little bit of flexibility there. If you've got a big account balance, we can make adjustments within reason to open up your risk, kind of lengthen the leash a little bit, if you could call it that. So one other area for improvement, time in trades. I mentioned it with the last guy being impatient with losing trades. I see him spending far greater time in his losing trades than his winning trades. So there's a lot to think about here. I also want to bring up with Emanuele, I think that there's a little bit of a psychological difference from trading in a simulated account to a live account. I think everybody takes that differently. Some people trade it the same, others trade it differently, but there are some psychological differences there, and we need to make sure that we can get in front of our psychology and our trader mindset to be prepared, and be confident, because anybody that's getting called up from an express funded account to a live account, they should have the confidence in their abilities, because we're calling up the best. Emanuele traded lights out in the express funded account. We're seeing a little bit different performance out of him in the live account. But again, it's only day 11. It's early on. He is treading water, and I have faith in him and confidence that he will be fine. So that's what I've got for him. And for you viewers, I do want to end it on some high notes, though, today. So I've got some shout-outs to our funded traders. We've got Chun Mei up 9,000 trading the NASDAQ in their XFA.
Nice.
We've got Meng Ping up 7,100 trading the NASDAQ in their XFA. James S., who is one of our featured traders on the second card, just a reminder, he's up 5,700. Shout out to Emanuele again, up 3,600 on the day today.
Wow.
Keep going, keep hammering away. And then our big trader out of France, Hughes, he's up $8,400 on the day today. He took his account balance peaked over 100,000 last week. He took a nice big paycheck, payout for $50,000. And
but his total profit, we had it up there, and we're going to get it fixed. And I guys that are listening, I think total profits is fine. We have total profits and total payouts, because we had it at like 46,000. I'm like, guys, I don't think that's right. Because we just had him at 110. But if he took 50 out, he took 50 out. But now it's 46 is his balance. So we're going to get it right on our end of it. We're going to get it all straightened up. And we really want the information we want to know is what, Mick? We want to see the total profits that traders made and the total payouts they've been paid, right? Really?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a more accurate number to showcase the success. We'll take account balance plus payouts. It was my understanding we were just looking for account balances up until this conversation on TV right now. So,
All right, cool.
Yeah, so we can get that cumulative, what they've taken out. And Hugh was a trader who, I mean, I feel really good about calling him up to the live account, because we moved him over from an express funded to a live funded with $23,000. So all the other profits that he's taken have been taken out of the live markets in that live account.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
That's professional level trading right there. That's one of the reasons why we bring traders up live, because when they're absolutely kicking ass like that, we don't keep you on sim forever like other companies do, which you'll never be up. You can't tell mom and dad and your significant other I'm a professional trader, because you're never in the live markets. Like that's what a professional trader does. So you can tell them, whatever. You still, XFA, you'll still, but if you're crushing an XFA, we pull Mick and his team, scour through the data and your understanding of your patterns and your risk management, and, all that shows up through your data. And then they make these pull-ups to the live prop account. So good job, Hughes. Another good job. I mean, he has a story there. Do we ever find out if we can bring him on, or is there a language barrier there?
I haven't heard back from him. We've tried calling and emailing. I asked him if he'd come on to either do an interview and or have a segment where we can watch some of his trading, and I haven't heard back. I will follow up though. And Michael, I know you're looking for one or a couple traders to do that. So we're actively seeking, but for any of you traders that are out there listening, if you've got the stuff, if you've got the goods, and you want to showcase a little bit of your performance and share some of your trading with others, let us know. I'll vet you out, or my team will vet you out, and we'll see if it's a good fit for that.
Okay, Mick, thanks for coming on. We got
Thanks, Mick.
Yeah, we got Tori coming up, right?
Thanks for having me.
Yes, we do.
This is exciting. I'm very, very excited.
Have a great day, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
Yeah, we do have we have Tori coming up here shortly. Joe, for letting me know that. Congratulations, James Esser. A couple of my peeps there. Just wanted to shout out to them. And yes, we are preparing for our time with Tori Trades. Looking forward to having her here. Don't forget to bring a friend. Bringing friends, getting us to 20 to 35,000 subscribers opens things up for us a little bit. So we'll look forward to seeing you there.
Yes, let's get that number going. All you got to do is hit the subscribe button. Tell your friend to do the same thing. So hit up your friend. Everybody's got a send email to all my contacts. Send all.
Send all. There you go. All right, so give us a few minutes. We'll be back here with Tori Trades. All right, it's the time we've all been waiting for. It's Power Players. We have a very special guest today in Tori Trades. Tori is, thank you very much for joining us today. I know you're very busy. Thanks to your community for joining us today. We got a special present for everybody. If you wait a little while, we'll see if we get there. We're trying to get to 35,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. Enough of that. Bring your friends. Bring everybody. It's Tori Trades. How are you today, Tori?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me. And thank you guys. If anyone has joined from my story post that I made, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate that.
Tori, what has happened? I haven't talked to you in months.
It's been a while. It's been.
Zoom, we did the Zoom thing before. What was that, back in June? May?
I think it was right before the summit.
Right before the yes, exactly. So how have you been since then?
I've been good, man. Things are great. I am, as far as trading goes, like I'm hitting new levels just back to back. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, you came off of a banger of a trade from what I've heard. Tell me a little bit about. Well, first tell everybody a little bit about yourself, just really quick. So everybody
Absolutely. So my name is Tori Trades. I have been trading for it's pretty cool. This year I've been saying 8 years. So like next year I get to say I've been trading for 9 years.
Yeah, you can say almost 10 next year. You can say almost 10.
How wild. That's just crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, almost 10 years I've been trading. So I got into trading because my uncle is a day trader. He taught me how to trade in my early 20s. He taught me for free and for fun, and I didn't quite take it seriously until 3 years in, and then finally started seeing some results and started applying what he taught me. So it's been a very interesting journey, but I wouldn't change anything about it.
So you've had big ups and downs, and what are you trading?
Mostly crude oil. That's my main man is crude oil. I do dabble in gold, the YM, the NQ. Platinum has been really fun this year. Really fun.
You're a platinum trader, huh? One of the first ones I've ever. No, we've had some platinum traders here at Topstep.
Yeah.
You don't see very many of them. They're scarce.
I know. I'm coming to find that. But this past 2-3 months, it has been respecting my levels and my trend lines to a T. It is absolutely beautiful.
Well, okay. So tell me about you. You had a beautiful trade. We'll get into your history of trading, but you had a beautiful trade just recently that I've heard about, and you knocked it out of the park, which I love. People, is that your best? Tell me about it, and then is it your best winning day?
Yeah, it's to date my best trade. I took a short position in oil. It was 6 contracts of crude oil mini, and rode the short position down to $26,000 and then closed out. And then usually when I have that big trade, I'm like, okay, done. Let's take a break. I'm exhausted. This time got right back in the following day, took a quick trade in, I believe it was the NQ, made $4,000 and then made it an even 30K in 2 days. And I was like, okay, now I'm a little overwhelmed. Now I need to chill out, take a break. Now I'm having this issue getting back into a trade. So I haven't placed a trade since the 2nd of October. I'm sitting around I don't know. It's been a very interesting experience.
What have you been doing on the sit around? Because I think a lot of traders would want to know. First, congratulations. That's a kick-ass 2 days. How many was that? 2 days trade for both of them?
Mm-hmm.
30 grand. Doing some ARB here. But after that, I know we are all about preserve capital. Traders always got to think about our downside. You just had a great upside. Your account just got super padded. What do you think, and what are you doing? And it's 16th right now.
I'm still looking at the markets. I think I'm being incredibly selective. I'm not even looking at. I'm looking at only daily trend lines, daily levels. I've had many alerts go off that I'm just don't feel good about them. It's more of that intuition than strategy, to be honest. It's just I'm not feeling so great about the position, so I'm not going to take it. So I'm just being really selective, I guess.
So you sounds like you opened up your time frame too. Is that what you're kind of doing? So so did you look at dailies before this? I see sometimes traders when they try. They go shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter time frames until they're every tech. You're how do you do that? But you put up money, and then now you're feeling like you have this good cushion probably, and I'm just speaking for, but like now you're opening up, stepping back a little bit, waiting for these higher time frame levels, which end up being a little stronger than, of course, shorter time frame levels. Is that kind of, am I reading that right?
Yeah. I even when so this year specifically, I made the transition to the 4 hour. So last year I traded, we'll say between like I went from the 5 minute to the 1 hour and like stayed in that kind of range. But this year I was like, okay, we're swing trading. I'm going to stay in those higher time frames. So 4 hour time frame has been where I'm at. I have just been incorporating like the daily. I want to say this month and like maybe 2 months before. I'm struggling with it though, because it's such a high time frame. That's just like, man, waiting for a candle to close in the daily time frame. That one's tricky. Right.
So right now, what are you thinking? What's in your head? I know you're waiting back. I mean, are you waiting for some setup to happen right now, or are you just kind of digesting the whole kick-ass trading a few weeks ago, and now you're looking to get kind of back into where you were before, or are you kind of changing up your game?
I don't want to change too much up, but I'm definitely in like this phase of just letting that trade marinate. Like I'm just like, man, that was nice. Like, oh my gosh, that was my record trade. We'll even have my record month. I mean, even if I don't place another trade for the rest of the month, like it's still a record day and a record month. So
I mean, yes, those are boosters. Those are boosters to your trading journey. The biggest thing to do, and I love what you're doing, Tori, is not doubling your size, trading more, and all that right after all that, which we see all the time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's been something where I've noticed that when traders have their biggest win, it is almost always followed by like their biggest loss. That's just the stats.
Those are, in my opinion, those are, in my opinion, Hug, I'll let you go, but those are, in my opinion, the traders that still haven't matured. And we're always, I think, maturing, and it's a craft that we're always honing and trying to get ourselves better and better. But yeah, that's definitely something I see quite a bit.
So, Tori, you're absolutely right. We see a lot of traders who have had like their best winning day followed by probably their best losing day. So I applaud you for being patient and getting your head wrapped around taking a profit like that. Now, back in the day when I was trading like that and making days like that and losing days like that, it helped me get back in the game if I'd spend all the money.
Fair.
I don't suggest doing that. Now, I wanted to just ask you a little bit. You're trading different products, and I know you're using trend lines for your entries, probably for your exits as well, which makes your strategy somewhat product agnostic, which led you possibly to the platinum or platinum?
Platinum, yeah.
Well, platinum trade. So there was something in that chart that you said, this is something I would take if it was crude oil, if it was S&P, NASDAQ, whatever it is. This is a risk limiting opportunity for me to take, and you took it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've come to find that platinum, especially these past, like, I'll say 2 months since I haven't been looking at it too much this year, it's just been like truly respecting these trend lines. And then when it breaks out of those trend lines, it's a clean break, it's a clean entry, and then it'll continue to follow a new trend. So it's just these, and it's got so much like volatility, it's just, if you looked at it, it's beautiful, especially in that 4 hour time frame, just excellent movement.
Now, how are you? I mean, you must pretty much spend all your time sitting around looking at these charts, looking for these opportunities. I mean, you're looking at different products, probably a whole bunch of different products, looking for these opportunities off these trend lines. Do you get to do anything else?
I'll be honest with you, Hogue. My chart time is incredibly minimal. Like I'm talking like minimal. So what I do is I'll draw all my trend lines and my levels, whether people call them, support and resistance or supply and demand. I'll put some I just call them levels where I see where the price is.
We're the same. Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So I'll set alerts on those in the 4 hour time frame on trend lines and on these levels in TradingView, and then I'm done. Like on Sundays, I'll usually just go through all my instruments. I'll mark up my charts, make sure alerts are set on all the trend lines, and then I'm done. And when one of my alerts goes off, that's when I get my screen time.
So it's that simple.
It truly is.
That's
So, Tori, really quickly, John, I got to cut in here. Did you put any money? Did you put any money aside? Did you take any money out? I know when I had some of my biggest days, or I was on a hot streak, and everything, I would take. Of course, I'd take the money. I never needed to keep a lot of money in my account because I got the buying power from our prop firm, from the prop firm, and from my brokerage because I knew the broker that or the clearing firm that owned. Long story short, I would keep a low balance, and I'd always take the money out, and then I'd put money aside for mortgage. That lump of change goes there. This is all for whatever, and then I would always kind of know that it takes a shitload of pressure off. It took a shitload of pressure off me that I didn't have to make money. And I remember my trading psychologist says you make the most money when you don't need it. Yeah, that was kind of my way of putting it in a spot to not need it. Have you done anything like that?
Usually my trading last year specifically, I would do that same exact scenario. I'd keep the account balance at like 25K, and then whatever I made off the top, scoop it off. Whatever I made off the top, scoop it off. Yeah, it was an excellent system, like beautiful. It was sustainable, and I mean, very similar to you. It just felt like there wasn't pressure. This year, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So this year I'm trying to just build the account. I want to experiment with some larger position sizes. So being able to do that, I need to build some more capital there. So this year I've been more of the building capital than the just kind of scooping off the top. And I've had a lot of different experiences. I will say, since I am bringing a lot more sources of income in outside of trading now this year, I still get that same effect of like less pressure off the trading before I would just scoop off the top of that 25K. But this year I still, even though I'm not scooping off the top as much, I've still got that comfortability in my trading because I've got so many different sources of income now.
Yeah, when you have more income streams, I've always been told too, as a trader, if you're going to be in the trading world, have other income streams. Whether it's you bought a condo and you're renting it out, whether you have another job, whether you're doing educational stuff. And I want to talk about your group coaching stuff that you do, 21-day stuff. That sounds awesome. But like this type of stuff, and you also learn the most when you teach. That's another thing that I've learned too, starting Topstep. And John, same thing. But like you have all these together, and then you still work on like your sweet spot where your passion started, the foundation, everything, which is trading. And if you can get all those working together, it's the best damn lifestyle.
It is.
Because you don't feel like you're working.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And that's where I'm trying to figure out, it'll be so fun to like at the end of this year, just take a step back and be like, okay, what gave you the most success? Because this year specifically, I'm having the most success in my trading, and I'm like trying to put all these things together. Is it because I'm in the higher time frame? Is it because I've moved to swing trading? Is it because I'm teaching now and I have so many people holding me accountable? Is it because I have more streams of income? There's like so many things here that could attribute to it, but I'm like, regardless, maybe it's a combination of all of it. But it's been really cool to step back and be like, wow, I'm having the most success I've had just because, or like I was mentioning before, the multiple streams of income. Before there was just a lot more pressure on the trading. There's just, now I can purely focus on just strategy itself, and I can pass up on signals, which is, I think, even the best part, to be able to see an entry and be like, you know what, I'm not going to take this one.
Yeah. So everybody that's listening, there's something about, and don't ever quit your day job. That's my little, never tell anybody what to do, but I'll definitely, in my shared experience from seeing other traders, never quit your main source of income stream, whether it's, you work at a bartender or a waitress or whatever, you're an accountant. Keep all that going, get good at trading. And then it takes a while, as Tori, and I mean, she learned from her uncle, which, by the way, did you take your uncle out for dinner?
No, I called him though, and I was like, oh my God, this is so crazy.
What'd he say?
Oh, he always will opt for me to either. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know if this is, we'll just say it like it is. He's like, okay, why are you not in a bigger position? If you were so confident in this trade, why aren't you in a bigger position? Or he's like, you don't need to close it. Are you like tight on cash right now? Is there any specific reason you want to close it? I'm like, I mean, no, but it's my biggest trade. So he's always like, write it out, or like, why aren't you in a bigger position every time? And I'm like, he just really.
Are you both of the similar like time frame and types of traders, or is he a size trader that looks for longer hold times?
He is all over the place. I'm pretty sure he'll be in the 5-minute time frame some days. He'll hold for a week or two sometimes. So he I feel like has the ability to do whatever he pleases in the market.
Well, it's got to be awesome to have him that you can learn from and then follow up on and say, guess what, Uncle, what's his name? First name?
Mike.
Uncle Mike, check it out. Check this out. You show him the statement and all that kind of stuff. And
oh yeah. He, to be honest, I got to show him I've showed him both of my record trades, which were in crude oil, and I've gotten him to like place a few oil trades too. And I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know I'd have any influence on my uncle. You know what I'm saying? But that was pretty neat.
So okay, let's jump back to really quick. Account management is kind of what we were talking about, where you build up the account, you pull it off, and that's what I did all the time. Then I'd park it. I'd park it in whatever I'm parking it, investment wise, or just like safekeeping wise, or whatever. That's kind of where you're at right now. And we talked about you moving forward with this, but that's a big piece of the game. That sounds like you did exactly what like I did, and I know you did the same thing. What we try to really teach people too, not teach, instill, is there's risk management is what got you into that trade and your trading plan and all that kind of thing. And then after you put up the money, then there's like your account management. And there's all these facets of getting yourself into like a mature, like professional trader that can do this day in and day out, because you got to manage all this. Because if you're taking out all the money in your account and then you go to put a position on, last thing you want to do is put money back into that account. You never want to redeposit or send a check back to the brokerage firm is why I was always, once you start being consistently profitable and you're taking money out. How is that's something that we learned on the trading floor?
Yes. No, absolutely. You know, one thing we all learned, I think probably the hard way, is keeping too much money in your account is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, Tori, I want to ask you, you're futures trading now pretty much exclusively, right? Did you ever trade Forex?
I did trade Forex. When was it? It was a few years ago. I remember my uncle was making the transition to futures, and I was seeing like some hype on social media and on the internet of Forex, and I was like, let me just, figure this out, dabble into it. And he's like, go ahead, by all means, figure it out. And I don't think he's ever traded Forex, to be honest. But I was like, I was going to kind of report back and be like, all right, so this is how our strategy works in Forex. And then it was maybe only 2-3 months, maybe a little bit longer than that. And he was showing me the success he was having in futures. And I was like, all right, we're going to futures. Like it didn't even faze me. I was like, we're just going to skip Forex altogether and go right to futures.
So if you were to have a new student or somebody who was coming into trading that you were talking to, you would just say, you know what, just get into futures.
I would if I could. I'd say the only shiny thing that Forex has to offer is there's just such a low barrier to entry. And a lot of students want to come in with just, $100 to $500. And that's the only place I can recommend them, because you can't do, I don't know of any place where you can do futures, a personal account with just $500. So it's just, that's kind of the only, if someone wanted to trade just a personal account, that's absolutely, the way I'd have to direct them. But then there is the alternative of a futures prop firm, which they very well could come with just, that lower barrier to entry.
Well, I think there are places that you can play. You can trade futures with $500, but you're going to have to write a check every day.
It's every day. Yeah, you'll have it. You'll be frozen or deactivated or whatever because of just taking a loser for a short period of time. It's a small amount of money to trade futures with. In general, it's a small amount of money to trade whatever with. It's $500. So. I know. I don't like to recommend it. I mean, to be honest, like if you could give yourself like a cushion of like, I'm going to say 5K is probably the sweet spot. That's what I started with. And it was enough to work with the micros. Absolutely. You can trade the micros in the futures market. I think if you have the ability and the capacity to build up that much savings to get started, I think that's the best way to go. Yeah, if you have $5,000, I would go to Topstep and I would learn with partners like you and talented coaches that we have and that we work with, and you have group coaching and things like that. You learn, you keep your $5,000 over there, and then when you're getting yourself in a good spot, call it consistent, call it you just got funded, call it all that, and you're feeling really confident, then it's almost like pre-qualifying you to even trade for your own money in a personal brokerage account is getting yourself in a position first in a real-time simulated experience before you ever fly your your personal brokerage account, So.
Oh yeah. I'd agree with that. Absolutely. And it gives you just that added discipline to follow these rules and abide by these, targets and rules. Absolutely. I'd say that if anything, that will only help.
What are you learning the most? You have a 21, tell me about the 21-day group coaching that you do, and what are you learning the most from it?
Oh my God.
That helps your trading. Well, in life in general.
It's a great question.
I'd say it's holding me accountable. So during these 21 days, I have students that are watching my trades with a microscope, like everything that I do. So I can't take an entry unless it is by the book. I can't, because what do you teach? Oh, intuition. I got in early. Like, no, you can't. That's something you can't teach. So it's been the coolest thing being on like the educational side. It's like way cool to have like a smaller community where you guys can just like spitball with each other. Just be like, okay, I drew this line. Does this level look like the same level you've got? Does this trend line look like the same trend line you've got in this time frame? Okay, did it break? All right, well, we're all placing the same trades because this trend line finally got broken. So the community aspect is cool.
Tori, 1 second. The microphone is getting robotic.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. Be right back, guys.
Yep, we'll be here.
We will be waiting. We will be waiting.
Speaking of waiting, John, the markets are waning. Is it waning?
Yes. Do you see on that day, on that 30-minute NASDAQ chart, the bull flag that's forming?
Yes.
I'm hawking that in both the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. It's kind of similar to maybe something that Tori would be looking for in a longer time frame. It's because that's just trend lines.
That is just trend lines. Yeah, you're right. Still, I'm not seeing today. I'm glad I'm only down $165. This is a scratch day. I don't know what Post-it note I'm going to put up there if I quit. I'm going to put a half blue, half red one. Right?
Maybe there should be another Post-it note for a scratch.
Yeah, right. So guys, tune in. Stay tuning in. We have something very special coming up here. And these are all for the patient folks that traded with us all day.
Right.
We're going to get Tori in here, so stay patient there. Those that are still here and that are tuning in for Tori, thank you. Those that are tuning in all day, thank you. We will reward patience. Patience. We did it too last week, John. You were there, weren't you? When everybody's kind of upset and they go, stay patient.
Yeah.
You will get what we say.
That was Thursday.
Yes, that was Thursday. All those that stuck around that day got a much better opportunity than those that were just there for a smash and grab.
Oh, yes, they did. Yes, they did. So stay patient.
Stay patient.
A lot of people got really mad. I was surprised. I'm like, remember I told them, I said, well, even if you don't like us, we still love you. Which is true. Awesome. Here comes Tori again.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hey. We should sound good?
I think so. What you think?
Okay. All right, cool. Where were we at?
Education.
Yes, we are. 21-day group coaching. And then what has that also tie you? You're teaching people. And what are you teaching people? So that helps everybody here know what that is. And then what are you getting taught at the same time?
So what I'm teaching is a super simple strategy. It's trend lines and some support and resistance and a lot of psychology. I would say what I'm teaching is not something you can't find online, but it's maybe the way that it's taught. It's maybe the psychology that gets attached to it. Or maybe it's just how simple it is. Like you can go look up a trend line trading strategy and it might be a little bit more complicated, or you could just look up any other strategy and it might be a little bit more complicated. So I'm just kind of really bare bonesing it, making sure that everyone understands the essential concept of the strategy. And so it's 21 days. So we'll essentially go over psychology first, then strategy. That takes about a week. And then the last week is just, okay, now let's apply it to real-time markets. So that's what I'm teaching. And then what I'm learning is just, I think it's more so just being held accountable to my trades. So I can't just get into the market based on a feeling. I have to truly walk my students through it and be like, okay, this is why I got in, this is why I got out.
Do you share your Do you share your screen? These are some questions that I'm seeing. Do you share your screen? Is there a cost to this? How does this whole experience? What type of person are you looking for? That's your ideal student, so to speak.
Yeah, so it's definitely a lot of shared screens. The very last week we go through, the markets every day. So we'll update our trend lines, see where entries would have been. I try to walk through as many time frames as I can, but for the most part, I stay in that 4 hour. But sometimes I'll do some examples in the 5 minute. I'll do some examples in the 1 hour. But I usually stay in that 4 hour time frame. It's 21 days. The cost is $11.97, and it is 21 days straight. Also, so it's like an hour a day. It's kind of like just showing up to class. So you show up to class for 21 days, and it's live, and we answer questions. We'll do smaller group breakout sessions where I get to assign, homework, and you guys have to brainstorm in these little groups to come up with a trade idea. So it's pretty cool. I've got some very interesting aspects to this coaching.
Nice. I think coaching I've heard people when I first started Topstep in 2010, because this is a scam, this is blah, blah, blah. Those that can't do, teach. And I remember being dude, why did you those that can't do, teach? All right, so every teacher you've ever had in your entire life, you just discounted and called them all losers.
Right.
I'm just come on, man. Such a harsh world, but trolling's trolling. Cool. What you said psychology. Do people get that right away, or do you get people that have been trading for a little bit longer? How many are they rookies? Are they newbies, or
for the most part,
futures before? Where are they coming from?
For the most part, they are students who have tried strategies in the past and haven't been able to find success, and they're just looking for something easier, more digestible. Mm-hmm. I do have a lot of newbies too, though, so it'll just take the first week is where I try to get everyone on the same page. So the first week, I'm like, okay, let's learn the TradingView platform. Let's walk through some of the markets, and I'm also not exclusive to just futures, so I'll also kind of show the strategy being done in the stock market, in the futures market. And in futures. I've tried to implement crypto, and I'll be honest, I'm struggling just because there's such sporadic movement. Like today specifically, Bitcoin, I had a beautiful trend line, it had some touch points, and then snap through, it came right back. I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. That's just a little bit tricky. But as far as which type of trader, there's a variety. I'd say I got some of the newbies, but also some people that are just starting out and they've tried some strategies and can't really get it down. Well,
speaking of getting it down, we got to segue into this somehow. Speaking of getting it down, we're getting it down right now with a 3-alarm fire drill. This is very fun, Tori. Here's what we do here. Topstep just opens up everything. It's F it. Here you guys go. And these are for all the folks that were patient enough. This is for your community too that's here too. This is a free 50K for the first month, completely free. Sign up. It's like a free reset. So treat it like a same there. So you may crash the site. No complaining here in baseball. I always say that. I don't even know if anybody knows what we're talking about, John, because it's like the old No Crying in Baseball, which is also
right.
90s movie. So do you know what we're talking about, Tori? When I go, there's no crying in baseball. Do you know what that's from?
I'll be honest, no.
God, I dated myself.
What is it? Tell me. I probably know it.
No, it's Madonna. She was crying, right? And she was, what was that? What was the movie?
It was
A League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own, yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Tony. Yep. Tony, are you 44 years old? Because that's my age.
There's no crying in baseball.
Okay, guys, this goes on till for another 30 minutes. It's up to 3,000 of them. If you don't get them, you don't get them. I don't. Where's mine?
It's a half an hour long. You should be able to get what you're looking for here in a half an hour.
Yeah. Stay patient. If the site doesn't work, if anything like that, but we're going to keep this up here. Keep it going. This is for everybody here too. That there's a core group here that just kick ass, and then people are bringing their friends now. And let me go on this real quick, Tori. I want to get back to you, but bring your friend to Topstep TV week. Bring your friend to Topstep TV week. If you have a friend, they've never traded, they hear you talk about trading all the time. You know how awesome it is to have a friend that talks markets with you. Tori, do you have a friend that talks markets with you?
My uncle.
You can talk. You talk all the time, or no?
Oh yeah.
Oh, see, there you go. And once you have that, what does it do to you, your perspective or your journey, I should say?
It's huge to have someone. First of all, you like get these endorphins from talking about the thing that you love, and like you're just bouncing ideas off of each other. You're sharing successes. Like in my case, I get to have my mentor like readily available at a phone call. So there is nothing like being able to just talk about trading with a friend.
Do you think his passion? Oh, you think Uncle Mike's? I'm Uncle Mike. Do you know I'm Uncle Mike? I'm Uncle Mikey. I'm Uncle Mikey, even at the age of 44, to my freshman in college niece. She's like, oh, my Uncle Mikey donated to my sorority.
Oh, I love that.
Actually, was one of the bigger donations. There was $500 too. I'm like, what? That's the highest one. I'll win.
Yeah.
So she loved it. But she's like, Uncle, thank you, Uncle Mikey, on the thing, commenting to my whatever.
That.
But I'm an Uncle Mikey. He's your Uncle Mike. And his passion, I assume, spilled over to you, or were you already like, what does Uncle Mike do? I want to do that.
I don't think if my uncle had anything to do with it, I would have never made my way here. I would not be here. It was more so his lifestyle. So growing up, he was always home. And that was so confusing to me because the dads are they go to work. They're gone 9 to 5 and then they're back. My uncle was home all the time. And he would take us on trips. Like if I was ever going to Disney World, I was going with my uncle. So obviously he was doing something right. It was the lifestyle that I wanted to replicate. And turns out it was through not only trading, but he's an incredible entrepreneur. He invests in businesses, real estate, he's got his own, businesses. So he's just an incredible entrepreneur. But I think the root of it was trading. That was kind of what, not only once he found the success in trading, it could fund his other endeavors, but also he never quit, the businesses that he had invested in or that he had created himself.
Mm-hmm. Can we clear the questions in here in chat on ICT? I need to ask you, is ICT your uncle? Everybody keeps asking this. Maybe no,
it's not. If anyone knows the ICT strategy or SMC, whatever you want to call it, I'll be honest, I have no experience with it. You will know that my silly trend lines are, to be honest, frowned upon in that realm. So no, my uncle is not ICT.
There you go. It's clear. We can move on. That and
got that out of the way.
Move on from that question and the bazillion reset questions when the code's coming out, because there's no reset code. There's only a free 50K code. So there won't be a reset code at all. There you guys go. And ICT is not Tori's uncle.
Negative ghostwriter.
Negative ghostwriter.
All right. Can I ask a tough question?
Let's hear it.
Okay. You had a big trade, big week. You've been kind of sitting back, just kind of protecting those wins. Maybe a little bit of trepidation getting back into the markets. What are you doing to kind of ease that and to get yourself back in?
I think I'm continuing to watch the market, so I haven't cut myself off. I'm still watching what the markets are doing. I can even see, I'm kind of self-reflecting. I'm seeing some big moves happen. So here's the position that I closed in oil continued double that move.
Right,
and
okay.
I was still happy with the 26K that I made. I wasn't feeling FOMO. I'm not
You gotta be.
that I got
You
out.
gotta be.
Yeah. So I'm kind of sitting back and self-reflecting, be like, wow, okay, I'm proud of myself. I didn't jump back in to try to get more. I was satisfied with a $4,000 trade the very next day. So I'm just really reflecting and making sure that I'm more so just being very self-aware, making sure the emotions that I'm feeling, making sure there's no FOMO, there's no urgency to get back in. If I do get back in, or I do see a setup that, really catches my eye, I think I might even, maybe reduce the position size just to make sure everything's feeling good and safe.
That's one of the things I was going to suggest, but I also just want to mention to you, as your old Uncle Hogue, I'm proud of you for having the presence of knowledge, the presence of mind to recognize that a trade of that magnitude to somebody who doesn't do that all the time is as difficult to digest as if it were a loss. I mean, it just eats you up mentally, physically, emotionally, sometimes even spiritually. You've got to be able to accept the fact that you're worth that one thing. And so just take your time. I don't think you're feeling pressure to get back in. When you find the right time, you're going to recognize that it's the right time. After 10 years of experience in trading, you're at a place where you're going to be able to recognize that it's recognizing, and then it's acting in your best interest in that way. And I feel like you really are. And I think it's a great answer. Get your head wrapped around it, put it behind you, get your feet back on the ground, size down a little bit, and get back in when you're ready.
Tori, what's your goal for the end of this year? Not money-wise, I don't need to hear that, but like, what's your goal to be as a trader by the end of the year?
Dude, I hit it. I already hit it. At the beginning of this year, it was
by October. Hell yeah.
I know. It was more so like lifestyle and chart time. So that was more of a goal than money. But I'll add some money just to make it tangible and so people can understand. But the beginning of this year, I had talked about it all over my social media. One, I did it so that everyone could hold me accountable. It was making the transition to swing trading. So I was like, this is it. I am sticking to this time frame. I'm going to give it my best effort. And funny story, the very first month that I told everyone, I got spit up, like chewed up and spit out by the market.
Yeah,
like my very first month, it hurt. Like I had too many trades. I'm like struggling to stay in the 4 hour, but I kept going to the 1 hour. And the first month of trading sucked. And like I had to sit there and tell my entire audience, I was like, hey guys, well, I had a really crummy first month of the year trying to just make the transition to swing trading. And then slowly, like I just got better and better. I started staying in that 4 hour time frame. Chart time was minimal, just like I had wanted. So the goal, coming back to it, the goal was minimal chart time. I want to place like, maybe 5 trades a month and like still be able to hit my goal or just reach my whatever that is for the month. And so far I've been able to have, between 3 to 5 trades out of the whole month. And I'm able to hit. There was a few months in a row where I hit 20K by just a few trades. And then now I'm able to have a 20K singular trade. So I don't want to limit myself by creating goals to like hit, I want to hit 100,000 in a year, or I want to hit whatever this number is. I just want to, it's more so lifestyle. I want to have minimal chart time and I want to place fewer trades and stay in those profitable trades longer. That was the goal, and I've hit it.
By October.
Those financial goals. Those financial goals tend to work the opposite, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
And then once you get there, it's like, what do I do now? You don't want to put those goals in front of you. Just keep trading well. That's your goal. Yeah. Stay in your process, stay in your strategy, keep trading well.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a lot of people that are redeeming right now. Hey guys, if you have questions for Tori, toss them in here. If anybody says the site's down one more time, you have issues. If anybody says I'm trying to reset, it's not a reset code. If anybody says, where's the reset code? We didn't have a reset code. The only thing you're allowed to say right now is, hey, Tori, I have a question. So what is that? If anybody has any question for Tori, here's our opportunity. Tori, I like sitting here with you. Do you sit with other folks and talk trading out during the day at all, or is it just you and then your community?
I'd say when I'm not doing my group coaching, it's pretty solo. It's just me and the charts. There are times where I will share my trade with a family member that's not my uncle. Like I was up 26K in that trade at the beginning of the month, and I showed my sister, and she was like, "You need to close that right now. Get out of the trade." And I'm like, it's never a good idea to talk trading or share open trades with anyone that has nothing to do with trading.
Right.
Or when you get out of trade, like, why didn't you just hold it? I'm like,
oh my God, please. Yeah, right?
Hey, thanks, Dad. I'm going to,
yeah.
I just want to talk
a couple of questions.
What's that?
There are a couple of questions. We asked for questions.
Oh, there you go.
What platform are you using? Pretty sure it's TradingView.
Yep, TradingView. I've connected to my broker, TradeStation.
Really good question here. What was your biggest loss this year, and what did you learn from it?
Ooh, wow, this is a good one. So biggest loss was 13K.
Okay.
I am experimenting, like I mentioned before, these bigger positions and building my capital. So one, I'm no longer trading micros. I went from micros to minis, and now I'm going from, 1 to 2 minis to 4 to 6 minis now. So strategy is the same. The profits and loss will be bigger now. So it was a loss as per usual. It's just, it was bigger because my position size was bigger. I would say The most that I learned was actually a loss before that one, which wasn't as big. So the loss before that one was maybe like, I think around 10K, and it was right after the summit. And you can imagine like the high that I'm on. I'm like seeing these other influencers. I'm seeing everybody's Lambos, everybody's Rolexes, all of the like yacht party. I'm like, okay, we got to go heavy. I need to keep up. Like I got to do something different. And so it was trading purely based on emotion, went way too heavy in a position. That's what I learned the most, is just when I went to an event like that, I compared myself to these other traders, and that was such a mistake. Like, I have to just stay in my own lane and be completely comfortable and happy with the things that I'm doing, because one, I know it's real and it's my thing, and it's consistent. I don't know what these other traders are doing. I have no idea. So comparing myself was such a huge mistake.
So it's very personal, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And I think a lot of the other there's a lot of traders online that don't even know what they're doing. There's marketers, and then there's traders.
Yeah.
And you really got to understand who's a marketer and who's a trader. But then if you're a marketer that actually is helping you become a better trader with better habits, yeah. But if they're doing other things that you can feel is not moving you forward as a trader, and this is as a trader, not just trying to get you that big home run or sit on the Lamborghini or do all that kind of stuff. They have to be helping you move forward. Fine, but I'd say that person's not a marketer. I'd say they're actually a trader. But we have some other questions in here. How do you deal with FOMO?
Ooh,
how do you deal with your emotions, managing your emotions? And FOMO, one of them.
Yeah. So FOMO, I always will come back to, there are always moves. There has always been moves in the market before I even stepped foot into it, and there always will be after. So truly believing that the moves will always be there. But you have to believe it. Like, maybe just saying it out loud will help. Repeating it, writing it down. I mean, I'm all about manifesting and all about just writing down goals and affirmations completely, whether that's a spiritual thing or you can put some scientific study behind it. It works regardless of how you want to look at it. But I think truly believing it, that there's always going to be moves, helps with FOMO. And then psychology is just being very self-aware. Like, you got to understand your own emotions. You got to know when you get that tight feeling in your chest after a loss. Are you about to do something you shouldn't do after that? Like, it's just being very self-aware. I always come back to just understanding your own emotions and putting the correct coping strategies in place.
Do you study emotional intelligence? No, EQ. Your whole self-aware is the whole foundation. There's like 5 self-aware, socially aware, self-management. We did a whole class with this. I paid.
Okay.
Oh, it's incredible. You love it. It's great for trading too. Do you read any books? Do you read any books on trading? Do you? Let's start with that one. Do you read any books on trading?
I'm gonna be honest with you, no.
Okay. Do you read any self-help books?
Yeah. Oh, all the time.
What kind?
The 4 Agreements, the 5th Agreement, Mastery of Love, all the same author. I mean, How to Win Friends and Influence People. There's so many self-help books that I love. But
out of all your self-help books, there's a common theme of what you're going for. You don't just pick one up and be like, oh, they're trying to get you somewhere. Where are you trying to go with those? Like the self-help books. Like, I know mine was, about self-aware. Managing emotions, and then just understanding how to instill discipline into myself better and better and better each and every day.
Oh yeah.
What do you when you pull it off the shelf? I guess you don't do that anymore. But you go to click, download the book. Which one is you gravitating towards on the self-help side? Because I think self-help is so damn important to do in general, but even more so in trading, because if you're doing it there, you're like a growth-minded or open-minded enough that you're always working to improve yourself, aka the markets and how you trade in the markets, which is every day analyzing yourself as well. So which ones are you gravitating towards?
It's the becoming more in tune with yourself. Self-awareness is the main theme. And then anything outside of that is kind of just like thinking outside the box, outside the norm. Like, I don't want to be part of the 80% of people that lose their money or that work that 9 to 5. So like, any information I can get outside of that, I am always like, yes, that's my book. If we're thinking opposite of what, society does as a norm, I want to do the opposite, because I don't want to be in that 80%, or to be honest, it might be 90% now, but I don't want to be in that category. So thinking outside the box, absolutely a theme for me.
And then you recommend one book out there. What would it be?
It's got to be the 5th Agreement, even though it's kind of the sequel to the 4 agreements, but it still incorporates that. So the 5th agreement is one I would highly recommend.
Awesome. All right, cool. So you are studying outside of class.
Very much so. Yeah.
I mean, that's awesome. So you don't like the there's no shortcuts in Tori's world to get to the end of the rainbow, which sounds like you did not take this year. You took the long journey to the right spot because you did really well this October meeting your goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly right.
All right, what other questions do we got coming in here? We have given.
Here's one for you.
Yeah, guys, we have 2,000 of these that have been used. So if you have not gotten yours, you have plenty of room here in time. I think we have another 12 minutes that we're going to do this on. But what are the questions?
Here's another question for you, and I think this is one that's more related to risk. It reads, "Hey Tori, how to take any more?" No, this is not it. How long do you stay on losing trades from looking at your levels? Kind of a risk question, right?
So this will be nice to kind of give people an idea of the strategy that I use. So the entries and exits, the winners and the losers, it's very dynamic because when I get into a trade, I don't know what my take profit is. So I want to stay in for the entirety of the trend. So in order to do, I have to see how long it's going to follow along this trend. Now, as soon as it breaks the trend that it's been following along, then I know, okay, we are no longer trending. We're no longer heading that direction. So that's where my either take profit, if I'm in profit, or my stop loss will be. So it'll all be dependent on how far the price moves in that direction. So it's very dynamic. I'm trying to follow the trends. I'm trying to stay in them for the entirety of it. So it's very dynamic. The risk is different every time depending on where I get into a trade, where it is in conjunction to my trend line. If it's very close to the trend line, it'll be very low risk. Very low risk trade. I'll know pretty quickly with a minimal loss if this works out or not. If I get in and the price is significantly far away from my trend line, the one that's keeping me safe, then the risk is going to be high. I may need to reduce position size, pass up on the trade. So I have a lot of things in place if I do have a high risk trade on my hands. Kind of things that I check off of a list, but the risk, it's incredibly dynamic is the best way to put it.
Risk always is, right? It's basically volatility in the market. So sounds like to me that you don't really mess around in range bound markets, do you?
Oh God, no. That's my that's my enemy. I am a trend trader for sure.
What's your favorite thing about being a trader? Now that you have a great year, you are definitely been in the game. You come from a trading family, yes. And now does your uncle consider you a trader? Like you just go, hey, my trader niece?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is so proud. I'm the only one in the family. So he's taught everyone. He's taught his sons, his daughter, his other nieces, his other nephews, his friends, his family friends. He has taught everyone. And I kid you not, I'm the only one that stuck it out and actually made this work. So that goes to show if you can use that as a representation of to which people actually, are successful in this and which ones aren't, that right there is the stats. He's taught everyone. I'm the only one that was like, no, we're grinding this out. I'm going to stick this out. I'm going to commit to it. And he's so freaking proud. It's the coolest thing ever.
Does Uncle Mike teach anybody else outside the family?
Absolutely. So there was a point in time where he was in the educational side of trading and he had his own, he was more of the pre-recorded course type. He did do a few one-on-ones, especially he would have some people, he would do it in person with some people, but his time is incredibly limited now. So now he's enjoying life and just sitting back.
Well, tell Uncle Mike, Uncle Hoag's proud of you too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Uncle Mikey's over here cheering you on as well.
You guys are amazing.
Well, this is awesome. I like having you on here. Is there anything you want to leave us with? Is there anything here that for folks in the chat that you guys want to say as we kind of wrap this up? And after this, guys, we have Top Quiz. Top Quiz comes up. Tori, it'd be great to have you on here to do Top Quiz sometime. It's like pop quiz. Huh?
Ooh, okay.
Get it?
Okay, I like that.
And it's fun questions, and it's also market related questions. It's just kind of fun, and we give away stuff after that one as well.
Yeah.
Any other questions that we have? We're gonna start to wrap this up. Tori, what is I got a question for you. What is where do you want to be as a trader at the end of 2015? It's December 31st. You got the champagne glass in your hand, and it's 2025.
Ooh,
You got the whole. So you got all next year and the following year to do it.
Please don't tell me it's a Lambo.
Absolutely not. No, it is.
You want to be sitting on 4 Lambos and the yacht in the back, which somehow we're not even.
No. It's I would say 2025. It would be. I've got a family that I'm able to spend a majority of my time with, that I can focus on family. I can focus on kids, relationships. I would say real estate. Hopefully I've invested in some real estate by then. A comfortable house, sure. And trading wise, I would say I hope to make it to a level of, I don't know if there's still a step higher than this. The swing trading feels great. Maybe diversifying a little bit, maybe some long-term investments. To be totally honest with you guys, I don't have any experience with long-term investing. I have always day traded. So
Same here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same as me. I don't touch it. I have a Merrill Lynch guy. I go, here you go.
Wow.
Like, we're going to tranche these out in T-bills and blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to put some here. I'm like,
good to know.
Yeah. No, I don't. I'm a trader. Investors and trade. I cannot move from there to there. We'll look at it and be like, oh, I'm going to get out of this now. No, it's a longer sell. Yes, I'm there with you. You're not alone.
That's so funny. I felt like when you've made it, you're like this investor, trader, like all of these things, entrepreneur. But yeah, long-term investor, I've got no experience with. But I definitely want to be more of an entrepreneur, have some businesses outside of trading, maybe within the industry, within trading. So a lot of things, but I'm really happy with where I'm at. I think maybe just continuing this process, maybe mastering swing trading a little bit more, always improving. But I think I'm really happy with where I'm at. I don't want to get stagnant. I don't want to get too comfortable, but I'm happy with my progress that I'm making.
Well, awesome. I'm happy with joining this conversation with you. Hogue, do you have any questions that we want to throw out?
When are you coming back?
Ooh, coming back on another one of these?
Yeah.
We're gonna try to bribe Tori to come back here on a regular occurrence. So she
I like that.
Join us for the fast. This is a power player right here. This is a power player segment. You got to join us when the markets are moving and we're talking shop and all that kind of stuff, and we can people can hear how you talk out stream of consciousness if you want to do it. I know you're really good about that. Your stream of consciousness talk, I love it, guys. Her Instagram, your YouTube's up here. You talk out trading and you talk out your thinking in a way that is very, very, very relatable.
Yeah.
And it's like you do it in a really easy way to digest everything you're saying and go, you have an aha moment. Like I still have the aha moments when I'm like, like that was good, or heart or whatever it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. So no, good shit. I love this conversation. I think having you on here more would be awesome. And as we kind of started this Topstep TV, it's really exploding now, and we got a bunch of other stuff really coming up that's going to kind of take it even further. But I appreciate everybody being on here. So hopefully everybody there's 4 minutes left. Everybody got their free trading combine. We gave away 3,000 of them. Tori's on here. Tori's awesome. And Tori, we're excited to get you back.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. This has been awesome. I could do this all day. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just easy. It's fun. You get those endorphins from just talking the stuff that you've experienced.
Right.
And I learn something new every time. So every time I have a conversation like this, I'm always learning different stuff.
Well, good. I learned a lot too. Hope, did you learn something today? I know you're a master of professor of all things.
I soak everything up.
Still a sponge to this day. All right, cool. Thanks, Tori. Thanks for coming on. Guys, we're going to have top quiz coming up. We're going to take a little break. I'm cutting out with Tori and Hogue. I think you're cutting out. And then we have top quiz coming up for everybody that stays on where you can win.
And group coaching after that. Don't forget.
Then group coaching right after that. So thank you, Tori.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Monday, October 16th. I'm Jack. I'm here with Bonnie. Bonnie, how was the weekend?
Amazing. Didn't do much, but I got to rest.
Amazing. Well, I hope you got rest because we're going to give away. If you get 3 or 4 of these questions right, it'll be 4 multiple choice questions. If you answer 3 or more correctly, you will enter a drawing where we'll give away 10 50K trading combine first month. That sound good, Bonnie?
Yes.
Cool. We'll get started kind of quick because I don't want to go too far in the group coaching. I'll announce the winners at the end of group coaching. First, let me make sure that nothing's on fire here. Bonnie, could you leave and come back to rendezvous? You have the robot voice, the dreaded robot voice.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave and then come back in the rendezvous. One of those days, everybody, with the robot voice. In the meantime, welcome to everyone who's coming in. How about now, Bonnie?
How's this?
We'll know in about 6 seconds. All right, I think you should be good. So anyway, we're going to get this started pretty soon. A lot of people flying in here. Try and answer them right. They're 4 multiple choice questions. Answer them when they appear on your device because there's a 6-second delay here, so it should be fun. Are you guys ready to rock and roll? God, that was lame to say. All right, let me check, make one sure. You are good. All right, with that, let's start Top Quiz for today. Oh my goodness, lots of people in there. We got who'll be last in, Trader One, Big Sky, Clora, Queel, Kitschy, Casey. Oh, they're coming in too fast for me to read, but we'll be doing this every day, so if you don't get in this time, we'll be back tomorrow. So Fitty Trades, Life Trip are among the last in there. Let's get ready to start. We are starting the quiz. Kahoot. Monday, October 16th, 2023. 3, 2, 1, fire. Question number 1, Bonnie. What is the CME contract month code for December? Is it D, F, Y, or Z?
Would it be D or Z? I'll go with Z.
The last month of the year. They do them alphabetically. It is Z. Yeah, they're all alphabetically going from F to Z. They don't go to every letter, but yeah, that's how they work. We got a lot of traders here of futures because they all knew it was D. You'll get them in the next one. You ready? Question number 2. Oh, first we'll see the scoreboard. Remember, we're drawing random winners that get 3 or 4 right. So this is just for bragging rights, but good job, Blue Gators, Tommy G, etc. All right, next question. The tallest building on Earth is located in what city, Bonnie? Is it New York, Shanghai, Dubai, or Chicago?
Isn't it Dubai?
It is indeed in Dubai. The Burj Khalifa, which you may have seen Tom Cruise climbing all over at one point in one of the Mission Impossible movies. So there we go. After 2 questions, the scoreboard, we got Chunky and Proud on top. Tommy G, Coach J's in there. That is indeed Topstep Coach J, I think. All right, 1 for 2, Bonnie. Next question is one more trading one. According to the CFTC, what is the maximum leverage ratio allowed for U.S. traders? 10 to 1, 50 to 1, 100 to 1, or 300 to 1?
I'm going to guess 100.
It is half, as a matter of fact. It is 50 to 1. Remember, you need 3 or 4 right. Let me make sure I'm not getting flamed here. Yeah, a lot of people knew the 50 right there. Okay, I'm not taking too much flack on the questions today, so I'm doing something right. Okay. Next up, we'll see who's on top. Even though, once again, this is only an opportunity to win, I'll announce Mixed Mustache is on top. Here's Mixed Mustache has become sentient, and now it is playing the quiz game. That's pretty awesome. All right. You ready for the last question, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Question number 4 is as follows. Last week, Kenyan runner Kelvin Peterson set a new world record at the marathon hosted in this city. Was it New York, London, Tokyo, or Chicago?
I feel like it would be either London or Tokyo. I'm gonna guess London.
Well, Bonnie, I think that you're not going to like the answer because the correct answer is the city that you are.
Oh my gosh.
The marathon. The marathon in 2 hours and 45 seconds. I think that comes down to 4-minute and 20-second miles for 26.2 miles. Mind-boggling, but he probably just wants to go for under 2 hours. All right, Dan Trader, Bonnie, you got your fan club there. Where my Bonnie heads at? All right. Good news is 3 or 4. Let's see the bragging rights. Who answered the fastest here? Get over to the screen. Top quiz podium. Trader 808. Third. Deuce. He's in second place. What are the odds? Deuce place. That's great. And the winner is my good friend Zero Sum. Remember, this is bragging rights. We will decide who wins by a random drawing that I will announce by the end of it. So in the meantime, we're going to take a quick coffee break. I got Hogue set up for group coaching. Thank you all so much for playing. We'll be back every day this week. So until then, Bonnie, thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. We'll be back right after this coffee break. See you in a few.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome To Let's Crush 2023, Top Steps group coaching session. My name is John Hoagland. It's great to see everybody here. I want to remind everybody that the session on Wednesday is going to be centered mainly around market profile and volume profile. I've seen a lot of questions about what point of control is, value areas, low volume nodes, high volume nodes, and a lot of questions about the TPO charts or the market profile charts. So I thought I would take Wednesday and really go through a relatively comprehensive list of vocabularies that we use with regards to the profiles, the difference between market profile and volume profile, and some of the ways that you can kind of use that information, how it's organized to benefit you as a day trader. To me, it's been probably the most important tool that I've learned since becoming a futures trader. I think it's actually saved me from having to do something else for a living in a lot of different ways. And so that again will be on Wednesday. I got a lot of emailed in questions that I'm going to try to address for us today. And I will do my best. If you don't know who I am, my name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got 40 years futures industry experience, more like 31 years as an active trader. I traded on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And really since about 2011, I've had the opportunity to talk to thousands of traders from all over the world, and hopefully have been able to make a positive difference in their performance and in their knowledge. This is the CFTC disclaimer. What we're talking about here today is, of course, for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security at this point. Just to remind us that these are leveraged products and there is substantial risk involved. We should only be using risk capital, which to me is money that I can afford to lose. It also states that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations, and to me the biggest one is there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequence in some random simulated account. You're not going to find out who you are as a trader until you put yourself into a little bit of duress. Now I'm going to just kind of pop the charts up here because I didn't have really the opportunity to do too much preparation. Was off the better part of last week, and there are a lot of questions here. I'm going to try and read through them as efficiently as possible. And if you do have any questions, you can go ahead and put them in the chat. I will try and go back and find them. And I don't think I'm getting younger, but I appreciate that, Roy. It's good to see everybody. Anissa, James, congratulations. I heard a rumor that maybe you succeeded in the trading combine. Hoop, it's good to see everybody. Sarah Hall, always a pleasure to see you. Fonz, everybody. It's great to see everybody. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Bull Bear Strategic, it's good to see you. Shifting. Oh, okay, it's Shifting. Good to see you. Diggable, good to see you. And we're going to jump in here, and I'm going to try and get into some more of these questions. Now, just to kind of returning back to 2 weeks ago when I was here, I gave out a emotional trading worksheet. A lot of you folks asked for it. I sent it to you. Hopefully you've received it. Chris had a question. He's asking for some suggestions or books or materials he could read on market profile indicator. And to me, I mean, there's lots of books about it. But to me, the one you want to start with is this. Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. It's, some would say outdated, but the first 100 pages, when I first read it, made a big difference in my trading. It gave me a more clear picture of what the market is, and the markets basically are never-ending two-sided auction processes that occur in multiple time frames, and to be able to organize that information in a way that's digestible for the human mind to me is the market profile. He's also got another book here called Markets and Profile. Now, both of them, this is another Jim Dalton book, both of them have been adapted to newer opportunities and newer markets. I don't think that it's necessarily hurt or helped that I haven't read the new abridged versions yet. I've been at it for a while, but you may want to make sure and get the newer versions of those books if you can find them. They're on Amazon. You can get them. The original text of the market profile is a book by the name of Markets and Market Logic. It's by a gentleman by the name of Pete Stottlemyre. Pete Stottlemyre was a friend, actually more of, I guess, an acquaintance of my dad's on the trading floor. My dad used to hit Pete up for his ideas on the markets and the auction process back when my dad was back on the trading floor. Excuse me. So there's a couple of good ways to start. Come to the group coaching on Wednesday. We're going to be talking more about the vocabulary, the construction, and some of the nuances of the market profile and the volume profile. In an hour, there's no way I could possibly cover all the information. As a matter of fact, it's something I've been studying since I first read about it and heard about it back in about 1989, 1990. My dad actually tried to tell me about it, but I think I was in probably about 8th grade. He telling me about a friend of his on the trading floor that was looking at the markets with some different kinds of charts. And when 8th grade, I'm not really interested in any of that. So I, just kind of brushed it off. But he never really brought it up again when I started trading. He was still on the floor of the board of trade when I started trading, but he kind of let me take my own path, and my own path eventually led me to the market profile and volume profile. So there's a couple of good books for you to start with there. Chris, if you are here. Fred's got a question. While I was in Florida on Friday, October the 6th, I faded to move higher at the overnight high. Thursday was an inside day, and I was thinking Jim Dalton's balance area trading days. Price tested through the overnight high and came back inside. I contemplated a breakout from balance in a fail scenario, so I sold short. My trade didn't work, but was a short under the overnight high on Friday a cheap trade in your opinion? So let's go back here and take a quick look on the 30-minute chart as to what Mr. Decker is talking about. So this would have been Friday, October 6th. There it is. Okay, well, I guess you got your answer. It looks like the opening range was down here in range and in value. The market traded up, traded higher. Once it had taken out that, I don't think it was necessarily a bad idea, right? Although the market did come lower and then rally. Trying to think of where the weekly kickoff levels were, 4,400, 4,240 back on that date. So that wasn't really involved. You took the trade, it looked above the overnight high, it came back in, you took the short, you were able to manage risk. To me, that would have been a cheap trade. It didn't play. The one thing you didn't want to do was fight it. You're thinking maybe this will be a breakout continuation opportunity, which is actually what it ended up being. But I don't think that it was an ill-timed or an ill-thought-of trade. You had a reason. It looked above the overnight high, came back down below. Sometimes that can be a really nice opportunity for us. The limited risk by entering the short trade one tick below the overnight high, overnight low. I think you meant the overnight high. The problem is I'm still not confident in that I am correctly and consistently identifying cheap trades. When I ask you about a cheap trade, I took, sometimes you will show me other better cheap trade opportunities from the same day that I missed. I understand and I appreciate and understand your explanation. I'm frustrated that I failed to see the cheap trades as opportunity was developing, and that's really when we want to see them, right? Right, Fred? Yes, cheap trades can certainly be subjective. There isn't anything in futures that is 100%. Everything we think, everything we do, every trade we take, we don't know the outcome. Therefore, it is subjective. Risk appetite is subjective, of course. Could I be having trouble because cheap trades are subjective? Of course. Should I expect a cheap trade you like to be different from a cheap trade that I like? No, Fred. No, anytime that there is a trade available that you can limit risk is a trade I would consider to be a cheap trade. And no, you are a very smart individual, Fred. You're always asking questions, and I'm hoping that, in asking these questions, you have the ability to help others learn from the questions that you ask. Linda, what time frame is considered overnight? Well, in the E-mini S&Ps, regular trading hour session is 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 p.m. Central Time. So anything that occurs before that, I consider to be overnight high or overnight low. Okay? Just want to stop here for just a second and take a look at what we got going on here. Ooh, we had a little bit of a potential breakout to the upside from the bull flag that has just been whacked. It's almost like something happened or somebody said something. Hang on one second. No, let me take a look. Boy, I'm glad I didn't take that trade. Fed repos. Don't see anything. Anyways, so Fred, thank you as always for the questions. And this breakout could have been considered a cheap trade, both to the upside because we knew the risk that we had to take it. We could also look at the high here as a cheap opportunity for a short because it never took out the regular trading hour session high. Is that subjective? It is, because nobody knows what is going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I probably wouldn't have taken that short, even though it was cheap, because I was looking at this as a potential bull flag. But that bull flag failed to take out the high and now is heading the opposite direction. Okay, so thank you, Fred. Let me see what else we got here. Fred's asking, what's it like to be a big trader? He's a one-lot trader now, but I would like to trade to be a bigger trader making big money someday. I have put in the time and effort into trading, and I want to pay myself. I think you've said that everyone has their position size that they're comfortable trading, and it takes years to become a big trader. When it's time to increase your position size, you will know. It's something I have said in the past. But how much does a big trader lose on a losing day? It seems like it seems like honoring the loss limit would be an important part of being a big trader. A trader has to know when he's not going to get out of control when he's having a losing day. Do big traders go out of control in your experience? So, a big trader these days to me is different than a big trader back in the day. There were traders in the pit that I knew personally that would make or lose six figures, anywhere in six figures on any given day and at any given moment. These people were, they had traded their way up. They had built up their their wealth to a point where even if they lost $1 million, it wasn't going to change their lifestyle, right? These people are very few and far between. Some people even arrived in Chicago in those types of situations. I mean, there were people that had old family money that they never had to worry about making money, which made it much easier for them to make money. Now, when I got hired as a proprietary trader, the backers, my backers, were very interested in seeing quick progress and quick expansion of the risk that I was taking. They wanted the risk. They wanted the big money. Okay. So the powers that be were always pushing me to trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger. You had a good day today, but if you traded 10 times the size on that, you would have had a really good day. And I was never really that comfortable getting bigger. Now, there were opportunities, and a lot of traders would tell you, you got to expand your comfort zone. You got to get out of your comfort zone if you're ever going to get bigger, if you're ever going to make the big bucks, blah, 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 blah. So, I had a resource from my dad. I called my dad and I said, these guys are really pushing me to start sizing up. They want me to trade a lot bigger. And I just can't bring myself to be comfortable with that. And, I've expanded my ability to trade a little bit bigger. Okay, I'm all right with that. They want me to really jump in and start trading 10s, 20s, 50s. And I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think that my heart can handle it. I don't think my mentality can handle it. I think it's going to break me. And he said, well, there were a lot of big traders, and a lot of small traders. The big traders take the big risks. They have the big losses. They also have the big wins. The small traders have bigger wins, but I think that they're better at maintaining smaller losses. It's more important for you to be a good risk management and not lose money than it is for you to become a big trader. So there are a lot of people that he knew and that I knew personally that were making big money trading 5 lots. Now, I'm talking 5 lots in the S&Ps. At one point, that was 20 times an E-mini. Now it's 10 times an E-mini. They did cut the contract in half. So then when the minis came up, they were 1/10 of the new contract. So that to me, a 5 lot was a big trade, especially the first time I ever put it on. I was scared to death. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't even write down the trade. Turned out to be a good trade, so I had a couple of locals around me who were willing to take a couple off so that I could, kind of manage the trade. But it was, I don't think that I ever had the steel really to become a big trader. Now, it's something that we might all aspire to, but we also have to remember, not everybody is cut out for that. Not everybody's cut out for that. You're talking here, they're talking about the Borsalinos and other bigger traders from the open outcry days. Most of them aren't trading anymore. Think about that. Big pit traders, most of them aren't trading anymore. We have Michael Long, the NASDAQ here at 15,215. Wow, that was a nice trade. Nice trade. Boy, it really came off that. Nice trade, Michael. So you got to find out who you are and, where you're able to maintain the duress of having multiple contracts on. Fred, I don't know. You may be able to build yourself into a 20 or a 50 lot trader. It was a nice trade, Michael. Looks like he's out. Nice trade. Just noticed that. Very nice. So don't beat yourself up about not being the big trader that you want to be. Be the trader you want to be and add. when you go from 1 to 2, to me, it's the biggest jump in risk that a trader should take, right? Then you go from 2 to 3, it's a third again as much risk. You go to 3 to 4, it's a quarter again as much risk. You go 4 to 5, it's a fifth again as much risk. It's that move from 1 to 2 where your risk doubles that I think a lot of people have a little bit of trouble getting through. You just got to trade your plan for your strategy, stay in your process. Fred has another question here about using correlated markets. He said Nebraska uses correlated markets to trade. He trades the NASDAQ. He trades the NASDAQ. Okay. He trades the NASDAQ. Hang on, where am I? But he watches the S&P ladder as well. I feel I have neglected correlated markets. I wonder if I should start watching the NASDAQ ladder to trade the S&P 500. Do you think watching the NASDAQ is wise? How should I go about watching the NASDAQ? Correlations and correlated markets are nice, right? It kind of makes us feel all warm and fuzzy when they're both heading in the right direction and we have that position on. But the real information that you need to depend on to look for good opportunities in the market that you are trading are coming from the market that you are trading. When it comes to the S&P and the NASDAQ, I know, Fred, you hear this, and I know that all of you hear this from time to time. The S&P may be headed one direction, and it looks like the NASDAQ's heading in the opposite direction. So what is a trader to do in that regard? Does it freeze you in your tracks, or are you missing information from the actual product that you're trading that's going to help you get into your position? The NASDAQ and the S&Ps are highly related. They are both stock index futures, but the weighting of them is different. The NASDAQ has been holding up much better because of its tech and AI and all of that. But if we're trading the S&Ps off of that, the NASDAQ has been presenting in longer time frame as the weaker of the two markets. So if we're buying S&Ps based on what information we're getting from the NASDAQ, we may be getting ourselves in a little bit of trouble in that regard. Okay? All right. Now, let's see what else we got here. Another question here, I think, probably from Fred. Muhammad needs help minimizing his greed during the trading. I earned, but I lost every time because of greed and emotional imbalance. Well, greed, fear, and emotion and anger are the demons you have to exercise, right? Let's think about greed. If I'm in a position and I'm making money, greed is going to keep me in that market, even though the market may be telling me the move has expired, it's extended, it's over. But my greed is going to keep me in that trade because I want more. Greed is going to get me into trades using the fear of missing out because I want that money and the market's moving, so I damn well better get in this. Greed is a monster. Greed is also the thing that, let's say you have a position on. You guys watched me this morning. I made $500 on a one-lot trade off the opening range. That trade was worth a lot more, but it was not in my plan to hold on to that trade past where I traded it to. That was we'd call that maybe a fast trade. I mean, I was in the trade for 45 minutes, I think, something like that. But once I got close to my profit target, I took it. And then the market continued to go higher. And I even said, this market's probably going to go higher, but I didn't FOMO. I didn't freak. The trade played out how I expected. So I can't be angry at myself. So, I mean, you've got 2 out of the 4 demons. You've got greed. You've got emotional. What you're missing here is fear and a lack of humility. So you've got to be able to trade what the market is telling you, take what the market is giving you, move on, and look for the next opportunity. Anytime you start to feel greed, anger, emotions, or start to think that you're God's gift to trading, you better be sure, and you better know that there's danger at your door, because one of those things is going to put you into a position of loss. And if it doesn't, it's going to reinforce that thing that you did in that situation the next time you see it. And believe me, the next time you see it, the next 100 times you see it, it's not going to go your way. So sometimes we may get a benefit from acting in a way that we know we shouldn't, out of anger, out of fear, out of greed, out of arrogance. All of those things are not the reason to take a trade. And when you feel yourself feeling those, it's time to step away and get yourself back to center. Get yourself back to center. What does centered mean? Centered is in an emotional, physical, psychological state where you're neither elated or angry. You want to trade centered. Some of you may know this. I was a potter, like clay, throwing clay on a wheel. I actually made this. That was years ago, and I wanted to be an artist, but going to school, I decided that I didn't really want to starve for my art, so I got a job on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange. And when I talk about being centered, it reminds me so much of centering a ball of clay on the wheel. Now, I don't know how many of you know what centering is on a potter's wheel, but if you throw a ball of clay on the wheel and you start spinning it, well, it's going to look like it's all wobbly, and it's not. There's nothing you can do with that. So you have to do what's called centering. You get it wet. You move it into a ball that, even though it may be spinning at a very fast rate, it looks like it's sitting still. That's where you want to come from as a trader. Once that ball of clay is centered, then you can start to mold it into something beautiful. As a trader, if you're not centered, it's going to be much more difficult for you to mold anything into something beautiful. Analogy, yes. But Mohammed, if you're not centered, if you're a ball of clay that is jumping all over the place when you spin it on the wheel, you're not going to make anything good. How to do that? You have to be. First thing is, every time you take a trade, accept the fact that there's a risk there that you're gonna lose. Accept the fact that, you know what, I'm in this trade and I'm going to accept the loss now. If the loss comes, you're prepared for it. The trade goes your way. Where's your profit target? Is it reasonable and probable? Rarely. Mohammed, are you ever going to sell the high tick or buy the low tick? Rarely. And if you do, it's because you're lucky. So recognize, Mohammed, that you're a human being, that there are going to be things that you're going to miss. There's going to be things that you're going to do very well some days and not that well some days. I think most of the emotion, greed, anger, all of that stuff that comes from trading is just being mad at ourselves. And if you can't let go of the fact that you're a human being and that these things are going to happen, it's going to be a tough road. There's trading psychologists, there's coaches, there's all kinds of things that can offer all kinds of suggestions for you. And I've done that with a lot of people, and many, some people have heeded my suggestions. Some people haven't. I don't know who has or who hasn't, but I can guess that the ones that haven't have had a much more frustrating time in trading than the ones that have. So, Muhammad, trade from a position of centering. The question that you put in here is one of the eternal questions in trading, and one that we're always trying to find the answers to. Always trying to find the answers to. All right, I think this is October the 12th, Fred, again. I think this was the day that Michael had the win in the NASDAQ to 12th. Hang on. So I saw a break on Tuesday starting 11:30. Tuesday the 12th. Yes. This is Thursday. Thursday the 12th. All right. Okay. I remember this, Fred. I remember this. The auction appeared to be moving higher, in your opinion. My opinion, too. So the break on Thursday, tempo was rapid and panicky. I wondered what caused the break. Short-term inventory didn't look like it was too long at the highs prior to the peak. What did you think? Well, Fred, where was I? I think we were still in fast market. There was a delta divergence here, Fred. Delta was increasingly negative as price moved higher and higher. I was looking to take the breakout of the initial balance to the upside at this time. So I would agree. I would think that the short time frame traders were short at this time, not too long, but something came out. I think Blinken started talking here, and then something else came out after that. Now, I had taken two longs up here, and I think I lost 5 or 6 ticks total because I time stopped them. I missed the move to the downside. Delta was the part that kept me out of it. So, but I think it was some sort of news. How do you know the selling is over? Well, when you don't. The only thing I can say is this 1 o'clock bar, the long shadow at the end, basically created excess. Would I have been able to get into this trade? No, because the market didn't give me a cheap opportunity, Fred. Didn't give me a cheap opportunity. So Fred's got another question here. It was, thank you. My Florida time was very good, Fred. I was thinking today about how I don't like taking breakout trades. I don't either. But sometimes the market offers me breakout opportunities, and I feel like I should try to take advantage of what opportunities the market gives me. Of course, I realized today, which was Friday the 13th, that I have gotten away from using your aggressive time stop technique for taking breakout trades. Are you still using the aggressive time stop idea? Yes, I am. And I used it, well, this Thursday right here, right at these highs. Boy, what a great trader, buying the highs. But I only lost a few ticks. If the news didn't come out, I was looking for this market to get into and close this gap, which it didn't do. Just didn't do it. But if I had not been aggressive and using my time stop to get out of those trades, I would have probably created a much bigger loss. Yes. It isn't exciting. Profits are small, but wait till you catch the one breakout where you buy it and it goes your way and never comes back. It happens. It happens. That's why I like to use the time stop opportunity, because I don't lose a lot. And that time that it actually breaks out and really runs, I'm already in it. I'm good. So if you're gonna look for like IB breakouts, I would certainly be aggressive in my time stop. What is a time stop, you might ask? So here's the trade we took earlier. We made about 10, 11 points on it. The market AB period, the breakout in C period above B might have been one of those types of situations where we had B, C. Okay, so B period breaks out. C period comes 4 ticks back inside. Even if you time stop that out, you can time stop it again. So this might have been one of those opportunities where you take that breakout. Maybe it takes 2 times to get in, but it's worth much more than you're going to lose. 1175. So maybe 10 points, and you're risking just a couple of ticks to try and get into that trade. Just a couple of ticks. The thing is, Fred, it's the trade you don't take that's going to be the winner. I know you've, I'm sure, experienced that. And you're right. I mean, sometimes waiting for the second test through might be a good idea, but that's the subjectivity of everything, isn't it, Fred? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. So it's all about limiting risk. Hang on. John. Daily hypothesis. I'm having difficulty getting traction from forming my 3 hypotheses before the market opens. Can you offer some suggestions of framework? John, have you, I don't know if you're here, but if you're here, please let me know. Did you get the market performance worksheet, John? I'm not sure, again, if you're here. I may just send it to you anyway. That's going to at least give you some sort of a framework, some sort of a what? Outline. John, did you get the market performance worksheet? Moses, thank you very much. Yeah, I know there's so many questions. So this coming Wednesday, we're going to be talking pretty much solely about the market profile and volume profile. Next Monday, I'm just going to take questions from the chat. Okay, revisit it, revise it, make it yours. If things, John, start to get redundant in, your hypothesis, let's say your hypothesis is, well, all right, we're opening here. Well, if the market goes up, I'm going to do this. If it does this, I'm going to do this. If it does that, I'm going to do this. No, be deeper than that. Look at the daily chart. What is the context of the daily, the weekly chart? What am I seeing on the 30-minute chart? what are the profiles telling me? What is value doing? Is value moving higher? Is it moving lower? All of these things can help, I think, hopefully help paint a picture of the higher probability, the things that you don't want to do. Don't forget, John, it's not only planning for what you want to do, it's planning for what you don't want to do. Oh, I didn't know there was a earthquake in Japan. I don't get to see anything. Well, it's some more prayers for us today. Some more prayers for us. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I've got a little bit of more time here. So, risky business. I have entry problems. I miss trades often and then end up chasing them. Example, early today, I had my NASDAQ entry at 15,176. Price only got to 15,118 or 15,182. Okay. And then flew, chased everything, hit my daily loss limit on the chop up. Any tips, Yerski? Yes. Be okay with missing trades. Be okay with missing trades. That's all I can say. I've missed a lot of really good trades, and I've lost a lot of money chasing them. Lost a lot of money. If that happens, just look for your next opportunity. I know that it's not easy. Why do I always sell where I have to buy and buy where I have to sell? Elias. Great question. Something I've dealt with quite a bit. Anybody that knows me has probably heard this story a million times. I'm standing in the S&P pit and the market's rallying. And by the time I am moved to go ahead and try and get into this rally, I reach out and I buy it. That's the dead high. So now I'm stuck scrambling to try and get out at a loss. Other direction was the same way. The market was breaking. By the time I was moved to act, I'd sell it, and that would be the dead low. Now, this went on for a while, days, and somebody standing in behind me poked me in the back and said, "Man, you have no idea how good you are at this." And I'm like, every trade I've taken, I've sold the low or bought the high. Sold the low, bought the high. How the F can you tell me how good I am at this? And he says, no, it's not the direction. Your timing is impeccable. The next time you get that feeling like you want to sell it, just buy it. And just the opposite. The next time you want to buy it, just sell it. So I gave him a shot in the gut and said, "You're an ass," and stepped out and thought about it that night. And this son bitch was right. She's right. I'm buying every high, selling every low. If I could just do the opposite, I'd be killing it. Well, then there's that fear that if I do that, what I'm thinking is going to start to work, right? Well, so it's physically painful to do the opposite of what everything inside you is telling you to do. So a couple of days later, and I'm getting this fear of missing out feeling, FOMO, market's rallying, I'm not in it, I want to reach up and buy it so bad, I sell it. And it worked. Wow. It was painful to do, but it worked. Now, it worked again and again. It kept working. The emotion to act was on point. The direction was wrong. Now, I'm not suggesting you get into a cold streak, you start doing the opposite of everything. This was just a good lesson as to I was picking good levels, but just not picking the right way. Sometimes that's going to be the right way is to go with it instead of fading it. Again, subjective. Everything is subjective. We don't know ever 100% what is going to happen. We don't know. Elias, I've had that problem. again, me suggesting you doing that, it is, from my experience and in my youth as a trader, it was something that was effective. It taught me that I was actually maybe going to be able to do this. Again, it's painful to do, but you can do it. And again, just doing the opposite of everything you think you should do seems like lunacy. I mean, who would do that? And again, nothing works every time. But if you're sitting here telling me, why do I always sell when I want to buy, or where I have to buy and buy where I have to sell? Something to think about. Use a micro, test it. When you get that feeling, and it's going to hurt. It's called cognitive dissonance, acting in a way that's opposite of everything inside you is telling you to do. Miserable. It's a beast, but if it does work, you'll find that it gets a little bit easier every time. Again, this is my experience. Elias, you may have a completely different experience with this. All right, I've got to run, so I will look forward to seeing everybody Wednesday. Market profile, going through it, vocabulary, nuances, what it is, how it is, why it is. Here's a little dad wisdom for you. My dad was always good for these. I'd call him on a tough day, and he'd say, well, tough times don't last. Tough people do. He was such a good guy. He would always give me enough rope to hang myself, but I was always there when I needed him. So blessings, everyone. Don't forget to say your prayers for peace and for apparently a earthquake in Japan. I didn't even hear anything about that. Blessings. Be kind to yourselves. We work really hard at this. We deserve it. And be kind to others. Have a great rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the opening call. I know we're all missing Eddie, but he'll be back in a week, and we'll do our best to muddle through without him. Blessings to you all, and have a great rest of the day.